it facilitates a platform for future leaders to understand and analyze the nuances of corporate life from industry experts who have been in the field for more than 20 years. The students of SIBM H are buoyed to get influenced and inspired by the best leaders. The ability to draw from limited resources and use them to successfully undermine the market is a skill that sits right at the heart of effective leadership. Adopting a frugal strategy without losing the quality of user experience is a strategy that will yield good dividends. In line with that, and in order to introduce the problem-solving attitude that is essential for the aspiring leaders of today, we welcome all the learned delegates from corporate and academia to our prestigious leadership summit, Corpaganza 2.0, the Fushionable Approach.
Let us begin the event by lighting a lamp and invoking Goddess Saraswati. Saraswatiyam Vidyanam Devata Jnanadayini, Asya Varada Hastena Jnanavan Khalumanavaha, which means Goddess Saraswati is the goddess of knowledge. By her blessings, a human being becomes a scholar. We now invite Dr. Ravi Jain, Director SIBM Hyderabad, Dr. Tanmoy De, Head of Student Affairs, Dr. V.K. Satyaprasad, in charge of academics, Mr. Parth Tipre, President, Student Council, and Ms. Asmita Dalvi, Student Lead of Corporate Interaction Cell, for lighting the auspicious ceremonial lamp.
Vakratunda Mahakaya Surya Koti Samaprabha Nirvignam Kuru Me Deva Sarvakaryeshu Sarvada Sarvakaryeshu Sarvada Sarvakaryeshu Sarvada
Thank you all. Great leaders harness personal courage, capture the hearts and minds of others, and empower new leaders to make the world a better place. Quoting thus, we would now like to introduce our leader, the captain of our ship, Dr. Ravi Jain. Dr. Ravi Jain is the founding director of Symbiosis Institute of Business Management at Hyderabad. He is a startup evangelist and mentor at T-Hub, which is a startup incubator, playing a proactive role in building India's startup ecosystem. A distinguished academician with 130 international and national publications to his credit, Dr. Jain serves on several expert committees for Government of India, BIS, Working Group for Sustainable Finance, Subcommittee on Swayam for Curriculum Mapping by UGCI, Member Board of Studies All India Management Association. Dr. Jain serves on management committees and boards of industry and academic associations as well. DSI, Asia Pacific Division DSI, HMA, FTCCI, AS Telangana, ASSOCHAM, and now for Foundation, to name a few. Prior to his appointment as Director at SIBM, Dr. Jain was founding director and associate dean at Symbiosis Center for Research and Innovation at SIU Pune. He has been conferred with several awards, including Academician Excellence Award 2021 by HMA, Best Director of B School 2018 by ISTSI, Distinguished Services 2019 by Asia Pacific DSI, Researcher of the Year Award for 2004 for Best Contribution at an International Conference, Shiksha Ratan Award by Indo-US Friendship Society, and several others. Dr. Jain is a PhD and a postgraduate in business management with specialization in market microstructure, strategy, corporate finance, and ICT. We welcome you, sir, and invite you to kindly address the gathering.
Thank you, folks, for a nice introduction. I'm sure as you are taking up the reins of the student council and learning the nuances and all, glitches and twitches and some sort of impediments are inevitable. I think when we get early impediments, we learn quickly. I think, but for the technical glitch at the last moment, we would have started on time. Nevertheless, we now know the importance of why we need a contingency plan or a so-called plan B, right? That's the takeaway from this morning. Coming to the event, today's keynote speaker for the inaugural function, Dr. Sunil Chandy, my colleagues, Dr. Satya, Dr. Tanmay, Nicholas Ross, student council, the new council heads and the torch bearers of the future of SIBM Hyderabad. A very good morning. And I must start by saying that this is a very satisfying day to see the so-called junior batch to actually champion the entire event of this scale. The event Corpaganza is part of the whole initiative called Learning by Doing. In that, students are expected, or learners, future managers are expected to conceptualize, to design and execute events and activities, a whole lot of aspects of management, from organizing to managing people, to managing resources, to planning time, and the entire spectrum of administration you experience as you immerse in doing events of this scale. I'm so happy, and Dr. Chandy, I am more importantly happy to share with you that SIBM Hyderabad students so far have created 3 national brands that are very well respected among the student fraternity of 4,000 plus business schools operating in India, and some of the events had even international footprints this year. This is a matter of pride, and also it reflects the capabilities that the graduates of SIBM Hyderabad demonstrate. Corpaganza, I call it as where the champions of practice meet the champions of change and inspire them to lead the future of not only business world, but the globe, where they live by the principles of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. They imbibe the practices and experiences shared by experts and seniors like you, and 12 stalwarts who are going to share their thoughts across the day today. It is also very heartening for me to see that Corpaganza as a brand has started attracting great response from corporate seniors. The very idea and vision behind this event the very Coming to the topic of 2.0, that is the second edition of Corpaganza, it says Fushionable Approach, where the frugality meets excellence. I'm reminded of a story when Renault wanted to design a four-wheeler, a car for the Southeast Asian markets, including India, Pakistan, Bangladesh, and the entire Southeast Asian region. So they got together best of the designers and said, let's design a vehicle for the Southeast Asian market, which is very price sensitive, very value conscious. They ask more value for money. So think different. Come up with a cost-effective product. After almost 1.5 years of R&D, all the European guys living in a world of abundance failed to come up with a cost-effective. They came up with a great vehicle, but not cost-effective. So they all went back to the drawing boards and said, what is going wrong? Why are we failing in meeting up to that expectation? One of the smart engineers who was an Indian, he came up with the idea saying that, sir, if you engage European designers to design for Indian market or the Southeast Asian market, it is going to be impossible. Why? For a simple reason that frugal thinking is not possible for Europeans. It doesn't come naturally for them. They said, we need to change the team. The technology, the platform, everything can be same, but get people on board who can think frugal. And frugality comes very naturally to this part of the globe. And they took the advice. They got together designers from Malaysia, India, China, and other places. And finally, we have seen 3 interesting products or a line of vehicles from Renault, which entered into Indian markets. Some of the vehicles, in fact, they say compact SUVs and so on, with cheapest possible cost, which Europeans can never imagine. This example reflects you can always blend the idea of frugality with excellence. It is not necessarily that quality or excellence come at a cost. It is only the mindset that you have to develop to think in the so-called jugaad technology. Jugaad always in India means somehow. This somehow has to be graduated to know-how by harnessing the frugal thinking which comes naturally to our people. So this particular session or the edition of Corp promotes the spirit of bringing these both elements together and promote thinking of problem solving, innovation, critical thinking, and of course, design thinking. I'm also very happy and rather pleasantly surprised to see the lineup of speakers today. It reflects a great blend, or I would say diversity, from in terms of industry, different industries, representatives and champions from different industries coming in, from ITC, from GSK, from E-Ride. That means from hospitality to pharmaceutical and healthcare, to electronics, to startups and consulting. The entire spectrum is well captured. Diversity in terms of functional areas. We have consultants, we have medical healthcare champions, we have innovation champions, and so on. It also reflects a very interesting combination or a balanced combination of gender representation. 5 speakers of the 12 lined up today are women achievers, and also in terms of generations. You have almost 3 generations speaking to us today over this full day event. And finally, the diversity in terms of region. This brings in an interesting combo of thinking and rich experience, where legacy and trend are blended, and the kind of deliberations that are expected today, I'm sure, are going to be very rich. As it is, we got delayed, so I will have to rest my comments here by complimenting the entire new student council, for putting together such an interesting panels for today and putting in all the hard work for the last 1 month to see this day successfully. I'm sure the deliberations are going to be rich and exciting. My special compliments to the faculty colleague and my corporate relations head for guiding the students. And I welcome Dr. Sunil Chandy for today's inaugural function, and other speakers. I place on record my gratitude to be part of this on a Saturday morning. I know pretty challenging it is to be here in a formal event like this on a Saturday morning. Thank you so much once again, and best wishes to all you folks. And namaskar, Chandy ji. Thank you so much once again, and welcome.
Thank you so much, sir, for your illuminating words. Frugality and excellence are not poles apart. Rather, as you pointed out, frugality can aid in innovation. Leadership in recent times has revolutionized the traditional ways. New outlooks and perspectives of managers have helped in the betterment of businesses. Beginning with uncovering the core issue with our growth as a leader and anchoring us in the deeper meaning of leadership, we are embarking on an extraordinary journey out of the status quo of leadership and into the reality of more exciting and productive levels of leadership service. To brief us further about the topic, the leadership escalation, we would like to introduce our first speaker of the day, Dr. Sunil Chandy. Dr. Sunil Chandy is the Medical Director of the ITC Healthcare Project and is a former Director of Christian Medical College, Vellore. A cardiologist by training, he has been on the faculty of CMC Vellore after his studentship and post-graduation there. Dr. Sunil Chandy, although a tertiary care specialist, has always been a champion of the whole person approach in health. He believes the background, occupation, and family realities are important determinants which must be factored in the delivery of good clinical practice. Dr. Chandy's leadership has been in the area of need-based and compassionate medicine. Traveling and speaking widely on health and management topics, he is a regular in national and international conferences as a resource person. In his tenure as the director of CMC, he conceptualized and designed the 1,700-bed hospital in Vellore to broaden the spectrum of care offered by CMC. In this, he positioned an advanced trauma care center, a 3-level trauma care service coming up in Kannigapuram. Some of his talks are on YouTube and writings on LinkedIn. Dr. Chandy also spent short stints in Adelaide, Australia, Muscat, Oman, and Brunei in different clinical leadership roles. Currently, he is the medical director of ITC India, helping them convert their vision in healthcare into reality. We invite Dr. Sunil Chandy to take over.
Good morning to all who are sitting in the audience, Dr. Ravi, Dr. Ross, and all the other eminent staff and faculty of the Symbiosis Institute, and the distinguished students who are just beginning their career in the world of business and management. Delighted to be with you all. I consider this a very special privilege to talk to some of the brightest and the best of future India. My task is to talk about a topic which has been titled the leadership escalation. I have changed the title a little bit to talk about leadership, the new order. Essentially, it means the same thing. As school children, we all would have heard the story of a Pied Piper in an imaginary town called Hamelin. The story is of a flute player who was invited and paid for to get rid of the rodents in that little town of Hamelin. And as the story goes, he played a tune as he walked down the streets of Hamelin. The rodents of the town were enamored, attracted, and enchanted enough to follow him blindly. He led them, you know where, into the river, to their peril and annihilation. But I'm sure you will agree that he led them well. The story goes on to say that he returned to claim his wages. And it turned out that the mayor refused to pay him. So he played his flute again in vengeance. And this time it was the children, innocent children, who followed him all the way. He did not take them into the river, but he disappeared with them into a cave. And neither him nor the children were ever heard of. So my question to you today is, as future leaders and business managers, was he a leader? Because he led two groups of biological organisms. So would you consider him a leader? This is the index question that I want to begin with. But let me preface this talk by saying that over the centuries, we have seen different styles of leadership, which started in the era of the pharaohs, which was about a whip-lashing, hard-hearted pharaoh or his minister who would extract every ounce of energy and work from the slaves, all the way down to the present generation of leaders who were very diminished in stature, in their height and weight, but who wielded tremendous influence all over the world by a different style of leadership, of being empathetic and compassionate. Both would be classified as leaders because the definition of leadership is very simple. It is defined as a process of influencing people in a cohesive manner to accomplish a goal. You're all students, so I just want to highlight this in red. Leadership is a process of impact and influence in such a manner that it's coordinated and cohesive, and it always accomplishes a goal. Let me highlight the key points of leadership. Leadership is about influence and impact. It is about people, not things. Any leadership example that you can think of, you will find somebody who's leading people, not material that is kept, not the furniture, not the buildings, not the systems, not the information technology, but it is about leading people. Leadership, therefore, needs one person. You have lots of leaders, but there is actually only one leader. He may generate another layer of leaders, but it's always a singular issue over there. Leadership is about a movement, and that is where the plurality of leadership comes in. There is one leader who creates a band of people and they create a movement. And then finally, it all becomes effective because it is about change. And that is where the mass or the mob effect comes in. This is important to know if you think about it. Leadership has a positive and good connotation. but it's not always true. While most of it results in good consequences, it is also true that not all leadership outcomes are necessarily good. And I'll give you some examples. In India, leadership is evolving, and as Ravi had mentioned, India has some of the most renowned transformational leaders through the history of time. But if you ask a fifth class student how he would caricature a leader, this is what will come to mind. A man who is on the wrong side of 50 or 60, a little swollen in the center, with folded hands, a half coat which has become synonymous with the leader's profile, and a topi which may be white or red or yellow or whatever. And this is how Indian leaders are profiled, at least in our minds. And of course, not to forget, there will be a group of people, the sycophants, who will be similarly attired and will have broad smiles on their face, not necessarily worshipping their leader, but because of circumstances, are hangers-on and people who benefit from the presence of a leader. But let me talk about the good connotations of leadership, what it's intended to be. It is intended to be something which is positive, always positive. It is a positive word with positive connotation and positive consequences. For example, the impact of leadership is a positive outcome. Change or change management, which is an outcome of leadership. Progress, happiness, welfare, and inclusivity, they are all integral to this melting pot of leadership. Are there any negative consequences? I mentioned that not all leadership outcomes have been good. The author of the Twin Tower tragedy, which happened about 21 years ago, was also an example of leadership. The author of this tragedy was a leader. He could manage to harness the energies of several thousand people in a movement, one person, into a movement in a cohesive manner, so cohesive that the best intelligence of the world could not prevent this. And the result was disaster. We also have the financial crisis of 2008, which changed the financial profile of the world ever since. Again, there were 2 or 3 leaders who were behind it, whose intentions were supposed to be good, but they overshot their brief and it landed up in economic disaster. Or we have all the leaders of the world today who are well aware of the melting ice caps in the Arctic and the Antarctic, about the increasing levels of ocean water, about the possibility of a global deluge. Yet, we are not able to harness the conservative energies of people all around the world so that this polar bear will not drown in a few moments from when this picture was taken. Or our urban planning in some of the third world countries. To me, it's a very poor example of leadership. Some of the best urban designers the world can have, some of the best brains in civil engineering, in road management, yet something is amiss, something is failing, that we have our cities totally deluged by different kinds of automobiles, which is now resulting in the air pollution to a level which makes human existence difficult, at least in the big metros. So these are negative outcomes, and there are several other examples. Let me go for you a reference, a library of people of different styles who have come into leadership in a completely different context. Not all leaders are come through the same channel. Somebody asked the question, are leaders born or are leaders made? The answer is all leaders are born. There's no other way that any leader comes into this world. They're all born, but they become leaders in different contexts. Some are thrust into leadership and do well. Some have got a family heritage of leadership and don't do well. So there are different reasons, and I'll just go over a series of people, none of whom are alive safely, so that there's no controversy. We have Mahatma Gandhi, the father of our nation, for whom the context was freedom. and he became a leader through his own style. There was this ethic of service that was very dear and close to Mother Teresa. The fight for liberty that Abraham Lincoln put forward. A scientist, a nuclear scientist who became the president of a nation and who created an impact and influence by sheer intellect. He was not a politician. He did not know the tips and tricks of the nuances of leadership or politics, yet he commands tremendous clout and impact. We have the ethic of goodwill that Pope John Paul exhibited in his life. Advocacy or civil rights in the country that was affected by apartheid, Nelson Mandela. A fictionary character who displayed the quality of empathy in the movie Patch Adams, where he showed that it was not the science of medicine or the chemical background of medicine that made a difference, but it was empathy and joy and fun that was responsible for healing of children. Or a totally fictional character like Simba from The Lion King, who became a leader because of legacy. And of course, as a small percentage, the use of power that Hitler demonstrated. Also a democratic leader who used power, who misused power, and wielded tremendous amount of influence at that point in time. So in this millennium, that's the last 22 years, we find that leadership has changed in its context, in its character, in its profile. So it's time for you students who are just beginning your career to ask this. Leadership, whither goest thou? Who, what is leadership? And let me say that in the last 2 years, this has enhanced because of the COVID pandemic that affected the world in a very severe way. Let me give you some examples which has caused a churning or a huge question mark on leadership. Despite the unifying effects of the COVID pandemic, we also know that there was COVID diplomacy and COVID nationalism, some countries that became selfish and in so doing did not display what a leader or what leadership was meant to be. The climate crisis, some of the world's greatest leaders met a few months ago to solve the climate crisis of the world, yet they did not succeed because there were agendas that lay behind all that they said and they did. The health uncertainties that have been unmasked because of the COVID pandemic, the underbelly of the Indian healthcare which stood exposed because of what the COVID did to us. And that is the trigger for healthcare leaders in the leadership of the country to think about better ways to deliver better. The rise of alternate politics, we see autocracy coming in a big way. These, I believe, run in waves. It is a reality today that alternate politics or autocracy is challenging the very fundamentals of democracy, not in our own country, but in other countries of the world. We have just started a war between Ukraine and Russia, and people wonder whether this will escalate into a third world war, which will cause the human race to face extinction. So I'm saying all this because there, I believe, is a churning of leadership. There's a leadership churning. And I want to allude to the different thought processes that are changing in the world, especially in good leadership ecosystems. You all must have heard of Jigme Sangye Wanchuk, the previous king of Bhutan. Somebody asked him, how do you measure the GDP of your small country? And this is what he answered. He said, I do not know why GDP needs to be the metric of the prosperity of people. We don't want to do that in Bhutan. What we want to do instead is to measure something that is more durable. Instead of gross domestic product, we want to measure gross national happiness. This was an intangible metric which could not be measured, but his system of governance created a system by which they created about 12 to 40 metrics that could actually measure happiness in the Bhutanese people. The changing of measurable, tangible parameters like GDP and air loss and things like that into the intangible measures of happiness that are more sustaining. The pandemic has taught us that missiles cannot kill microbes. Missiles are not going to save the world. And microbes can destroy the world, as we learned in paying a heavy, very, very heavy price in the COVID pandemic. But what the good thing that it has done is to make us all understand that health and healthcare is an investment, even for the business world. This is a post-pandemic insight that health of our employees, health of our family, our own health is an investment. It is not a byproduct. And if you are healthy, your business world and your bottom lines of your profit organizations will also enhance. There is a greater focus on social prosperity by the corporates that yes, it's time to get into environment stewardship. It's time to clean up your backyards and make your roads better for people to live. It is time to help education and healthcare in our country. There is a primacy of people over process, and this, I think, is the best thing that has happened in the last 10 to 15 years. The tilting scales of work-life balance. And I'm not saying this just from an intuitive point of view, but this is a study from PwC very recently, which actually highlights the top threats of India's CEO's mind collectively for them to say what really matters. It is not money anymore. It is not your bottom line anymore, but it is health risks, geopolitical conflict, microeconomic volatility, so on and so forth. And this, I think, is a good thing. Look at the words, the titles that are highlighted here. Innovation, engagement, retention, inclusivity, work life. All are intangibles, very difficult to measure. But they have moved from the realm of intangibility peripherally to the center stage where people are making attempts to measure them for a better tomorrow. So I want to suggest that the scales of leadership are tilting in favor of the primal qualities of leadership, and the status quo understanding of a very short-term approach to leadership is actually wilting in favor of the escalated leadership that we are talking about. And I want to just suggest two, not titles, but two concepts which I am doing on my own. This is not found in textbooks. One is the Pied Piper leadership, to which I alluded to. And the second one is the Samaritan leadership. What is the Pied Piper leadership? We've talked about it briefly. It is the standard status quo format of leadership, which is very task-driven, task-focused, agenda-driven, process-driven. It has measurable and short-term metrics. It's very easy to quantify. What is the bottom line? What is the revenue? What is the average length of stay? What is my profit? What is the dividend? So on and so forth. The primacy of profit over people. Leadership that gets down to these measurable data and parameters will not have long-term legacy, the legacy of social good. No permanency of human resource. The hire and fire policy is a spin-off of this kind of leadership culture, where you don't care who comes in and for how long. You want your work done, and out he goes when he's not delivering. And as a result, there are no happy endings in the organization or in the society that we are living in. And this is an article from the Harvard Business Review, not Harvard Leadership Review, where they have actually looked at emotional intelligence and found out the reason why highly efficient leaders fail, because they don't adopt these intangible measures of leadership success. The second one is a concept, a story from the Bible, but leave the religious connotation aside. Today, the Good Samaritan is a common universal phrase that alludes to empathy, to compassion, to availability, so on and so forth. And I want to call this variety the escalated leadership, which can be called the Samaritan leadership. And it has got 5 S's. We will not have time to look at all 5. So let me allude to the first 3. The first is sensitivity. sensibility, servitude. Fourth and fifth is stewardship and social transformation. And if you have these 5 in your style of leadership, you would have enhanced yourself and your organization from here to here. Let me allude to the first one. It's about sensitivity. Sensitivity is the consciousness of the other person, of the other ecosystem, of the other environment. And in that comes empathy. And again, this is a web clip from Harvard Business Review very recently, which showed that empathy is the most important parameter of leadership according to modern research. Let me give you some examples. India is full of leaders who have shown empathy to be a long-lasting characteristic. But let me allude to one person who was right on the ground when disaster struck in his organization. He was not sitting in an ivory tower or a boardroom, but he came down. He also visited the homes of people who were affected either by disease or by the trauma or the post-traumatic stress of that tragic event. It took a leader, not a manager, to walk down the stairs from his palatial home to go into the slums of workers who belonged to the organization. Or this person who's universally known for empathetic care and concern. No position, no seat of glory, but just simple love and care. There's also a sensitivity to what is happening. We cannot be generating chemicals and fumes for the benefit of our organization, but to the peril of the planet. So the planet consciousness and the consciousness of life around wild animals, domestic animals, insects, birds, flowers is very important in this sensitivity component of the Samaritan leadership. Similar word, sensibility. It is about keeping your eyes, ears, nose, mouth open, all the 5 senses, and the 6th sense of intuition as part of your leadership arms and ammunition to respond to need. And we know that there are corporate leaders who have responded to the recent call of the Prime Minister to say private corporates get into healthcare and healthcare education. Clarion call to which a response has already been formed. In the peak of the COVID crisis, we found a community doing air lungers, not food lungers, but oxygen lungers, where there was a deficiency of oxygen. It saved several lives. ITC, to which I belong, has been transforming communities by empowering poor farmers with good seeds, good manure, good techniques, and buying their products back on a platform called eChopal. The transformation that it has caused, social transformation, upliftment of their social status has really been very inspiring. And to put it all together, the greater good, where already some state governments have looked at health and education as the pivotal nodes of change in society. Servitude is a third. It is not servanthood. It is not being servile. I believe that as you ascend the ladder of leadership, as you escalate your leadership, paradoxically or ironically, you are actually de-escalating yourself. In my view, leadership is a willful demotion. For every rung of the ladder that you climb, you must be willing to come down 2 rungs in the service of people. Get down to the ground. Be ground bound, get your hands soiled. And this is what Mahatma Gandhi did when he forfeited every pleasure of life, got into loincloths and walked miles and miles along with people for the freedom of the country. You have to work beyond duty and walk the extra mile. And the best example I can find is your own mothers. You look at the way they bring up their infants and toddlers. They will go hungry. They will move heaven and earth to make sure that their child is fed, made to sleep and given all the comforts for no extra cause. They walk beyond the extra mile and go beyond the call of duty. And all this is done in anonymity, no public glare. If we are doing an act of charity or service with full glare so that the social media can pick it up, your servitude stops there. A leader, a serving leader or a servant leader must have these 3 A's, must be accessible, must be approachable, and must be affable. Very important that we endear ourselves to the people we serve. Mother Teresa is a classic example. We may have the best technology, but if it's not affordable, it's of no use. We may have the best facility, but if there is an access control that doesn't allow people to come in, it's of no use. We have to be lovable, and that is a hallmark of leadership. And I believe that all these half doors that lie in our offices must be removed, because this half door is a sham. Where we want to see the others, it's like one-way mirrors. We want to see the outside world, but we don't want them to access or see us. It's a half-hearted metaphor of being totally closed to help and service. Let me end by putting a rather crowded slide for you, comparison or contrast between a diminishing style of leadership, and I just hope that it is diminishing, where the leader is more of a manager. And what I put on the left white half are all the features of a good manager who's not expected to be a leader. Process orientation, micromanagement, following the way that the rules and regulations and the rule book has crafted for them, depending on hard data. Having just about 20% leaderial attributes, being desk-bound, they can't help it. That is the nature of the work. Being very rule-driven, where justice and mercy, where the law, book of law becomes very important, where justice supersedes mercy and compromise, where the letter of the law is very important, versus a new style of leadership, which I believe is the leadership of the future, even for business people. When managers adopt this style of escalated leadership, it's a game changer. Society will change, where you become people-oriented, not process-oriented, where you begin to look from the balcony onto the dance floor and see all the movements and have the bigger canvas in your mind, that you create new pathways where there aren't any. Be willing to beat all odds, do the offbeat, chart a new process, and lead the way. Where discretion is also part of your data management. It is not just accepting data as it is, which is a problem of leadership today, that we believe too much on data, which can be corrupted. But there is a value of intuition and discretion that must be essentially a part of the leader's profile. Leaders must be managerial as well, but not more than 20% of their style. They must be 80% ground-bound. Don't sit in the plush, posh offices, but get down to the first floor, to the ground floor where people are dying and crying for help. That is where leadership matters, to be reason-driven, to be compassion and empathy-driven, to be willing to break any rule if it benefits one human being. Where mercy, where justice and mercy equation is governed by a predominance of mercy, not just hard justice, which is why the President of India is given the privilege of mercy, not justice, because he sits right at the top as the leader of the country, where the spirit of law becomes more important than the letter of law. And if you look at the history of judgments, you will see that the letter of law has made people perish and made families devastated. The spirit of law becomes very important. I strongly believe that a leader's table and a manager's table are different. A cluttered table shows there is no place, no scope for people, because you're preoccupied with rules and processes, which is never ending. Whereas if you are a true leader, an escalated, de-escalated leader, where you've made enough space in your office, in your life, not for papers and rule books to come in, but for people to come and sit, stand, where you can get up and make them comfortable, you would have become an escalated leader. This to me is a metaphor of an enhanced leadership, which is characterized by three ships: friendship, stewardship, and relationship. Believe me, that there cannot be leadership without having these three. You look at the leaders who don't have this, they don't have long-term legacy or a long-lasting impact for their organizations. And along with that will come concern, which is portrayed by that hand on a hand of another individual. And of course, mutuality. That's what our society is all about. So in conclusion, a leader who will enhance into this new genre of escalated leadership, I believe will have all these answered. That the leader will provide a safe place to grow, open your career doors, defend you when you need it, recognize and reward you, develop you as followers, not as followers, but as leaders yourselves, inspire you to stretch higher, lead by example, told you that your work mattered, that it cannot be ignored, and forgive you when you make mistakes. Because believe me, even the best leaders make mistakes. So with that, I want to thank you for your attention. And ladies and gentlemen, thank you for patiently listening to this short talk. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now we can proceed to the question and answer session. Questions are welcome from both the offline and online attendees. The online attendees may post their questions in the chat box, and the questions will be read out. The audience here may please raise their hands, and we'll be calling out your names.
Good morning, Dr. Sanif. How are you doing?
Good morning. I can't see you, but go ahead.
You can't see me. Okay.
Not maybe I'm not. Oh yeah, Mohan, of course. Mohan, good to see you.
What a surprise, right?
No, I saw your name.
Okay.
Delighted to be with you.
Likewise, you had a good session, Doctor?
Very good session.
Any questions, audience?
Any questions from the online mode?
When there are no questions, it means to.
Yes, we have a question. Mr. Gautham Gaddale, you may ask your question.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
So my question was that when it comes to frugality, should we incorporate a little bit of Pied Piper style of leadership?
See, every leader has a Pied Piper element in him, because if you are not able to do that, then you're not a leader. A leader is characterized by the number of people who follow him. But the essential need for leadership is not to create followers. It is to create change, and it's to do social good. So while there's nothing wrong in playing the flute, what is wrong in not taking the people to their peril? You understand the difference? So if you are a leader and you look behind your shoulder and find that nobody is following you, there's something wrong with your leadership style. But when you see that there are 100 people who are following you, you must ask the question, why are they following me? Are they going to go from A to point B in a positive direction? So there's nothing wrong in being a Pied Piper, but not for the reason that he took the rats into the river or the children into the cave.
Any other questions? Shivangana.
Thank you, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Sir, I do not have a question, but rather doubt. So I want to ask you, sir, there is a growing concern towards emotional intelligence, that the leaders of tomorrow is expected to have emotional intelligence. So, sir, in the last slide, you mentioned that there are 3 qualities that a leader must have, and that are friendship, relationship, and stewardship, sir. So I want to ask you, sir, that does these qualities are encompassed by emotional intelligence, or are they like a subset of emotional intelligence or not, sir?
Yeah. So emotional intelligence is actually a big bucket of everything that has got to do with managing your emotional profile. So an emotionally intelligent person is able to harness his own emotions in different challenging situations. For example, manage his emotional outbursts, manage his reactive nature if there is any, manage the way he responds, manage his profile, all that, and also manage the challenge that is before him in a way that will make sure that there's only a positive outcome. Okay, so self-control is actually part of emotional intelligence. Proactiveness versus reactiveness. Proactiveness is a characteristic of an emotionally intelligent person. So we all have emotional intelligence bank within us, whether we are managers or leaders. It's just a question of sharpening that so that we manage the challenge, which is of different nature coming to us, in a way that will create positive outcomes. So if you want to know more about emotional intelligence, read the book called Emotional Intelligence, written by Daniel Goleman. It's the Bible of emotional intelligence leadership. And I think as time goes by, as people are discovering the value of emotional intelligence, that will become something that you can't do without in the emerging style of future leadership.
Okay, now we can move to the last question. Mr. Vedant Badaya.
Good morning, sir. I just have a question that there are some times when it's not the leadership to be blamed for failure. So how do you convey to the general public that it's not the leadership, but the way followers took it? And it is also said that good leaders pass the credit and take the blame. So is it always the case?
Yes, a good leader always passes the credit. You must have heard Abdul Kalam's famous story about how his first rocket mission failed. And he was reporting to Professor Satish Dhawan. And when he had to face the press, he took his team, which included Abdul Kalam, who was the primary operator for that project. He took the blame. He said, "We have failed." But when the next launch succeeded, he did not even go for the press conference. He said, Abdul Kalam and his team said, "You go and speak to the press and the public." So that's a classic story about how leaders, whether they were responsible for the failure or not, leading by example, leading by moral example, makes it mandatory for the man at the top to be morally responsible for everything, especially when it's a failure. And it's a leader's choice to pass the credit to his team members when things succeed. This single hallmark can determine a good leader from a bad leader. We're living in a country where there's blame game everywhere. If it's COVID, then somebody 30 years ago was responsible. If something is not happening, that's not good leadership. So a leader always takes the blame and gives the credit.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you for highlighting the importance of leadership, sir. Your precise and concise elaboration on the concept of power, the concept of the Pied Piper leadership, The negative outcomes and the evolution of leadership with sensitivity, empathy, sensibility, servitude has given us a direction to walk in as the new emerging leaders of tomorrow.
We would now like to felicitate Dr. Sunil Chandy by affiliating him with our Go Green initiative. We consider it a privilege to have you on board for our Go Green initiative, sir, where a sapling would be planted under your name. We kindly request you to accept our virtual token of appreciation. Sir, please share your screen.
Okay. Tell me what I should do. I have agreed to this thing that you had sent me.
Could you share the same, sir?
I don't know whether you can see that.
Thank you, sir.
Excuse me, sir.
Thank you, sir. Now our PR team will be guiding you for a short interview.
Okay.
He's still there.
Huh?
You can start with the panel discussion. Good to go.
We request the audience to please settle down. The smallest retail ideas can be incorporated at the entrepreneurial level to increase the effectiveness of the emerging businesses. The famous Dabbawalas of Mumbai is a case in point. As a Six Sigma organization, it has created ripples enough to raise the question of whether street small entrepreneur style is the next disruption. Let us commence with the panel discussion on the Indian Street Chronicles. The discussion would revolve around the simple methods used by street vendors, which has proved to be a game changer in the world of entrepreneurship.
Now, we would like to introduce our panel chair, Mr. Mohan Patnaik, Vice President and Head of Global Capability Center, GSK. Mr. Patnaik comes with over 32 years of diverse experience in banking, offshoring, outsourcing, consulting, and strategic change management. He currently serves pharma major GlaxoSmithKline as Vice President and Head of Global Capability Center based out of Bangalore, India. He also leads the Transformation Center of Excellence for GSK. GSK, Mohan served as Head of Global Operations Centers at Thomson Reuters, spanning across 6 countries with over 11,000 employees. Mohan also served in HSBC as Executive Vice President and UBS Cognizant as Executive Director between 2000 and 2016. Mohan started his career in core banking and served in Canara Bank, IDBI Bank, Times Bank, and HDFC Bank between 1989 and 2000. Mohan is passionate about leadership and community development and served on boards of several nonprofits, including World Vision India. He currently serves on the board of directors of Lead Like Jesus US. We welcome you, sir, and request you to take over the panel discussion.
Thank you so much. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, you're audible.
So good morning, everyone, and big thank you to the organizing team and Dr. Ravi Kumar for extending this invitation. And it is my pleasure and delight to kind of lead this panel discussion. I'm really privileged to have exceptional panel members, the right for the topic, and also want to congratulate the event team for choosing this wonderful topic. Typically, as corporate executives, we go and give all the gyan, but I can't but agree that there is so much more we can learn from our Indian street chronicles, which we see day to day. And one of our panelists has helped me with some of the stats, which are quite revealing. So we will get into that. The way we want to kind of use our time together is maybe I'll just kind of set the stage just to kind of for all of us to understand what we are talking about and why it is important for us to look into our day-to-day kind of neighbors and the people who make our life very meaningful and very fulfilling. So we'll start with some kind of some stats from what we can see from the Indian Street Chronicles, as the topic is rightly titled. We call them as footpathy or street vendors or whatever we want to call. They actually run our nation. And it is not the vendors by the roadside, but they become such an important part of Indian economy. Until recently, I didn't realize actually they actually contribute to 50% of the GDP of our country, 50. I don't know how much importance we give, but they actually touch at least 20 crore people through their daily sustenance. So clearly we cannot ignore that. And I was told that there were more than 4 crore strong street vendors in India. And particularly when the pandemic hit, overnight, they are the people who suddenly became unemployed. They're all self-employed people, but suddenly because of the lockdown. So they really kind of play such a vital role in our day-to-day economy as well. Another interesting aspect is we see street vendors account for more than 80% of sales of perishable commodities like fruits and vegetables. So looking into this massive kind of statistics, we can't but I'm so delighted that we are talking about what is that we can learn from the day-to-day street chronicles which we see. So on that note, I just want to kind of get started introducing a very wonderful panel which we are privileged to have this morning. We have 4 panel members. The way we are going to do is I'm going to introduce one by one so that you hear from the people who get introduced. So I will get started with our first panel member, Dr. Shailaja, who has kindly joined in the midst of an event in her campus, but I appreciate that Dr. Shailaja, you coming and giving your opening remarks. Just want to kind of share a bit more about Dr. Shailaja. She has nearly 3 decades of work experience. She started her career as scientist B at Polymers and Functional Materials Department of CSIR, IICT in the year 1993. Areas of her research interests are polymer synthesis and characterization. She has also worked on several projects of national relevance sponsored by the government and private industries. She has 35 publications in reputed international journals as well. Dr. Shailaja's pioneering contributions to polymer chemistry fetched her 3 technology team awards for the successful transfer of technologies to private industries. Recognizing her leadership qualities and interpersonal skills, she was given the additional role of S&T management as chair of business development and research management since 2017. Having distinguished hybrid experience in technical and managerial exposition over the past 28 years in the CSIR system, Dr. Shailaja has delivered invited talks in polymer chemistry, science, technology, and innovation, and diplomacy, management of business and technology transfers, etc. at various domestic and international platforms as a panelist or resource person, and has traveled widely within India and overseas. Boys and girls, ladies and gentlemen, just put your hands together as Dr. Shailaja comes and just shares few opening remarks on the topic. Dr. Shailaja.
Thank you. Am I audible?
Yes, you are. Yes, you are.
Yeah, and also visible. I tried to manage to squeeze into one of the rooms over here. Thank you very much for having me on this panel. I thank the organizers and my esteemed panel members and the moderator, Dr. Patnaik. It's indeed a privilege to interact and be amidst all of you who are the business management students, and particularly discussing this important topic of street chronicles, Indian street chronicles. I am pretty impressed with this kind of an organization of a Corpaganza 2.0 by Dr. Jain, whom I have met, and we had been discussing on trying to work closely with SIBM on improving our skills in project management. That's how I got to know them, and I'm really impressed. We have signed an MOU, and very soon we'll be working on that, because I felt that S&T management is something that needs to be involved into the mainstream management. Only then you have seen the kind of key role that science has played over the past 2 years due to this unprecedented COVID era that we have been going through. We are not yet out of it. So science and technology plays a major role, and I feel Indian Street Chronicles may not be very well, and have a complete understanding on the technological robustness, but still they make great businesses. So my point of view here was to bring in, if they are contributing 50% to the GDP of Indian economy, why are we neglecting the villagepreneurs? If we can develop village entrepreneurs, which I call as villagepreneurs, by bringing them into encouraging them to start startups, given the kind of schemes and avenues, that opportunities that the government of India is focusing on, to be the main players in the dream of our Honorable Minister, Prime Minister Modi ji, on building a 5 trillion economy, having the vision for the India in several fronts to make ourselves a place on the global front. I think it is essential that we bring in these villages also as much as what we have grown. If our street vendors are in a position to make so big, why not the villages, the youth in the villages? So for that, we have been trying very hard from our side to engage with Unnat Bharat Abhiyan program, trying to join hands together with IIT Delhi with this UBA activity, NIR DPR over here in Hyderabad, and see if we can deploy the science and technology, certain skill-based training when given, if we could encourage them to take up this particular way of livelihood, then definitely I think we can make further changes to this economy and reach our goal. So in this aspect, I thought of seeking inputs from not only the management students, but also the co-panel members on what could be the most sustainable and robust business model to engage them into this activity, and encourage them. It should be having this, the main advantage of Street Chronicles success is because of the multi-layer marketing. I would definitely think that you all would agree with me. That kind of incentivizing at every stage, if Dabbawalas was successful, that was the main criteria behind their success. So if we could evolve a robust business model, then I think we can be successful, not only for S&T, technology deployment, but any technology per se. If we could engage the right stakeholders, we will be in a position to make further change into this, make it more of an inclusive growth for the development of the nation. This is my view as a person representing an R&D organization and belonging to science and technology management. I am putting forward this proposition to all of you to discuss, deliberate on this, and see how we could really engage them by proposing a very good engagement model. Thank you for giving me this opportunity.
Excellent.
Dr. Patnaik, over to you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Shalji. You make a very, very important points about extending it to the villagepreneurs, coming up with a sustainable and inclusive business model. How can we really do that? How can we leverage both science and technology in reaching out and widening that or bridging the gap, if any? So I think you make very, very important points. It just reminded me that how certain times circumstances force us to advance. When demonetization happened or during the pandemic, a lot of street vendors moved into digital payments, right? Now you can see even a coconut vendor also having a Paytm or a UPI scan code. I think we already saw a lot of change, but what you are pointing out is how can we make it sustainable and inclusive and go beyond the city. So appreciate your opening comments. Moving from a scientist to a researcher, because she also talked about research organization, and we are privileged to have somebody with us who moved from corporate, but he's through and through a researcher. So it is my pleasure to introduce to you Mr. Hashwardan Gaddale. He empowers market and business leaders in information and communication technology and automotive industry domains to leverage the advantage of research-driven insights in strategic decision-making. As a very senior business leader at Deloitte, IBM, and TCS, and SIS Infotech for over 2 decades, he has led multiple strategy, people, operational, and change management roles, establishing and leading high-performance cross-functional teams and services areas based in India and US. But in the last few years, he has started his own venture to further his research organization. So it is my privilege to invite Mr. Hashwardan to share his open comments. Hash, if you can unmute yourself.
Thank you so much, Mohan. Is everyone able to hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Thank you, team SIBM, and thank you, Shailaja, for giving us the tone and actually starting the discussion. Thank you so much, Ravi, Jain sir, Ross, and Tanmay sirs for this opportunity. With all this background, I have only 2 things to say. I have been a marketer for about 24 years, and I have been a researcher. So the entire, whenever you talk to me, whenever you ask me anything, it's always going to be from the perspective of a marketer. So the field of chronicles, what we say as Indian Street Chronicles, is not new. In fact, it dates back to almost 3 centuries now. That's not new. So, and there are many things like, for example, I don't know how many of you heard, there's something called a 10-minute grocery delivery. How many of you have heard of 10-minute grocery delivery? That seems to be a big buzz thing in the last 2-3 months. But trust me, this has been a very common feature in the Street Chronicles for so many years now. And there are a few concepts, something like some very interesting concepts which I found when I had actually researched on them, when I actually worked with them. Something called co-opetition. That is something which I had not come across earlier in a very organized sector. I heard of competition, I heard of breakneck competition, I heard of guerrilla competition, but very few people at least have come in touch with a word called co-opetition. which is actually working with your competitor towards the same goal and ensuring that everybody is successful. Now, that is a strategy which is highly common among street vendors, which smaller startups, even medium and large scale startups, are now planning to pick up. Talk of COVID, everybody was tied down. As Bowen was saying, their livelihoods were hit. Everybody was on the streets. But trust me, these are the people whose very survival depends on whether they sell it or not. And the kind of modifications they have made, the kind of changes they have got in their strategy, now that is what all excites me. Be it the way they source, be it the way they transport, be it the way they deliver, or be it the way they even source the customer feedback. Some of these channels have taken a complete 360-degree turnaround, and looking forward to share those strategies with you. And also probably I may also be speaking on forward and backward integration strategies, but typically I'll stick to how have street vendors managed not to survive, but actually thrive in post-COVID scenario. And how does it directly affect corporates or even somebody who is a premier business student like you, who is just joining the corporate in a couple of years? Thank you, Mo. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Harsh, for those insightful comments. I was quite amazed to hear that competition to co-optation, where everybody can be successful, right? I think maybe later in the panel discussion, we want to kind of peel that a little further, because what we see in a typical corporate environment is dog eat dog mentality. And I can say that unashamedly, even coming from a corporate, there is a bloodbath out there for talent. So who will poach from whom? I think you make a very, very interesting point, which we can learn from the Indian Street Chronicle. So we'll get back to that. Appreciate your opening remarks. Thank you so much. Next, we will move on to another very distinguished panelist, Mr. Devendra Reddy. Mr. Reddy is a corporate leader, serial entrepreneur, sales professional, networker, EV evangelist, mentor at SIBM. So I don't think I need to introduce him much, but advisor to Hyderabad Management Association for Entrepreneurship Cell. He's a speaker at national web portals like India Technology Week and various educational institutions. Mr. Reddy also held various leadership roles at Xerox India, Lexmark, International, and Metro Cash and Carry before he ventured into his own entrepreneurship through eRide. eRide is an e-mobility company, is a startup based out of Hyderabad. Recently, the company bagged the prestigious tender of 200 customized electrical loaders from government of Telangana for Vijaya Dairy, which stands as a testimonial for them in terms of capabilities and deliverables. eRide EV solves not only business challenges, but also social and environmental challenges. Very, very excited to have you, Mr. Devendra Reddy. And would you mind sharing some of the opening remarks from your own journey from a corporate to an entrepreneur? And what is that we can actually learn from the India Street Chronicles?
Thanks, Mohan. And I would like to thank SIBM team for inviting me to be part of this panel. And also, a few students know me because I'm mentoring a few students here. And in fact, I'm one among the panelists who is at the ground zero. As I said, eRide is not only a commercial enterprise, but also a social enterprise, not only for solving environmental challenges, but also we are a social organization. So when we started our journey, we realized that 2% of a population serves as a street vendor for various products serving to the community. It can be town or it can be city. It brings a lot of in terms of numbers, and then we started aligning our solutions towards them. So as you have mentioned, we are the first company to bag the first bulk order for 200 vehicles, wherein I can say that we are the first people to put a chiller and freezer on an electric vehicle. So these are being deployed as a livelihood projects, okay, and they're running successfully in Hyderabad city and also in upcountry. And not only this, we have aligned mudra loans for these products. We have mapped the beneficiaries, we have aligned the mudra loans, and it has helped me to work with the bankers to understand the loans for the street vendors. Okay, it can be nationalized banks or can be corporate banks. So I was, running pillar to post to understand their norms to give loans to these guys. And also, the new trend, what we are seeing is that a lot of educated youth, a lot of youngsters are taking plunge into street business through franchising model. So we are making a lot of products for them for agri startups. Like as Shailajana was talking about getting people from rural background to this one. So we made products for the farmers to bring their products to the nearest towns, that is vegetables on wheels. And for startups who are into vegetable business or in delivery of these vegetables, pandemic has changed a lot of things. In fact, today what we are seeing, 30% of the articles, the research in 30% in terms of delivery of the products at the doorsteps. So the youth are getting into this franchising model, not only for products, but also in agriculture, but also into groceries. And we are playing as an enabler for them by giving the customized vehicles to them. This is a journey of e-ride. And as I said, I'm on ground zero here. You can ask me for further questions around deployment of this one. In fact, I'm also part of the steering committee for TS government, where we'll guide them on this one. And whenever there is any such launch of livelihood projects, I'll be the first guy to guiding them how to rope in the loans for these people who are below poverty line. And in fact, it is a very successful program where the EMI comes only 3,300 rupees per month, and the maintenance on this vehicle is only 1,200. And then the family is happily leading life by earning 20 to 30,000 rupees monthly on this Vijay Dairy card.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Mr. Devendra. That's very exciting and inspirational. Apart from working on environmental friendly vehicles, you are also, looks like you are connecting the dots, not limiting to this thing. So providing the mudra loans to enabling the supply chain, right? So I think you play a very pivotal role. So really appreciate your vision and your thought process. Again, goes back to what Harsh said. Everybody can win together. So I'm a sports guy myself and believe in teamwork. And hence what you are doing is absolutely bringing a diverse team together for the good of everybody. So with that at the background, we'll come back and pick your offer to really kind of see the ground zero situation, what are the opportunities which the students can actually pursue. But talking about teamwork, I'm delighted to have a fellow panelist who's also a sports person himself. And so it's my privilege to introduce Dr. Gautham Mukherjee, a former national level footballer, and is an alumnus of LNI PE Gwalior, a postgraduate in sports science and a PhD in education management from the University of Cambridge, UK. He also holds an MBA from Symbiosis, Pune. Sounds familiar. He's a qualified trainer for international baccalaureate professional development programs. He's the founder and CEO of Spotify, a sports education and management company. He headed various sports projects with governments, including Mission Olympic 2024, and is empaneled in Department of Sports and Youth Services, Government of Odisha. Under his leadership, Spotify is enabling 300 plus institutes with sports development programs, 14 sports academies and high performance centers, and many other remarkable sports projects in India and abroad. Dr. Mukherjee is awarded the International Icon Award and Indian Achievers Award for his outstanding and remarkable contribution towards the development of sports in India. Inspired by his life and work, a book was published, When Fate Kicks, in the year 2018. The book won the Philosophic Poetica Emerging Voices Award as well. Isn't it our pleasure to have Dr. Gautham Mukherjee as one of the panel members to take us through. And I understand he is the first generation entrepreneur as well. And talking to him, I was so motivated and inspired by his story. And interestingly, he calls himself as a storyteller. And I said, look, that's what we need. So over to you, Gautham, for your opening remarks. Pleasure to have you on the panel.
Thank you so much, sir, for your nice words. And it's really my privilege. And thank you for having me here in this wonderful session. At the outset, I must congratulate SIBM Hyderabad to organize this wonderful event with a very powerful theme of street business. What we are discussing here about the street business is a very low cost and high impact business, and it's a huge business vertical across India. You have the data of 50% GDP contribution. So undoubtedly, it's a very low cost and high impact business. What I would like to share is the learning that most of us have achieved, and the learning that I have picked up in my day-to-day life from over decades. And I'm talking about absolute ground zero and not merely at policy level of changing this and making it scalable and how. So, you know, we all have seen people sell in signals, traffic signals. And recently, I was noting one particular product, and that's a sword kind of a thing with lights. And that guy, he was punching that to himself, and it squeezes, and it seems like it is piercing through his body, and the light glows of the sword. And I kept on wondering that how fantastic it is, where he is giving not only the demo of his product, the PPT, the presentations, you know, but also he is very sure about his target audience, who are the kids. Because the moment he is piercing to himself, it was not getting pierced, but it looks like it was piercing, so that the kids get attracted and then tells his parents, who are actually the economic buyer influence, that, okay, I want to buy this. So these are the learning that we often, at least me, I pick up, and I have been picking up. The other example I must share is on the streets. I see a lot of vendors who make necklace and beads, also those bands with beads, those cubes. So if you minutely notice how they do it is, they have all the alphabets in the cubes, and you need to write your name, M-O-H-A-N, and give it to him. So he picks up and put M followed by O-H-A-N and give it to you. And you see and validate that spelling is correct and say, okay, and then he gives it to you. But the process is not the way I told you from his standpoint. When you write M-O-H-A-N, he does not read it as M. He reads it as an art. M is an art, and he recognizes and picks up that art. If you write your spelling wrongly, he will do exactly the same. He won't correct it. So I just asked one day that, do you know how to read? Because everyone is giving their spellings, and in South, you have long spellings like Venkateshwar and so on. So he smiled and said in Hindi that, sir, padha likha hota to ye kaam thodi karta. And I was astonished that then how come people are giving you those complex spellings and you are picking up and doing it? So if you see, and especially the students, business management students, by the way, I always see schools as a place of learning and not a place of teaching, whether a school, college, I mean, any place, educational institute. So as a place of learning, I also personally and firmly believe that schools are just one of the places to learn. And these places, when you are out of your classroom and when you interact with the street business, you will see that in this slight thing of 30 seconds of in a signal, he does everything starting from his presentation to sales speech to customer follow-up, negotiation, and the sales done. 30 seconds is the signal time. Similarly, if you see that the beads, that how they make those necklaces and bands, not only the sales part, but the entire SOP that we spend 2 years and probably a decade to learn the correct SOP, he is done. And he transfers this SOP to the customer, and customer validates his SOP. And that's the beauty. I think it lies with the street vendor, where all these small things, if we could pick up, and again, I'm talking about very ground zero learning, and coming back to my point that it is really a very low cost and high impact segment. So I learned that in Ahmedabad, just opposite the gate. In fact, I was there and had my tea in Rambhai. He is often called to deliver lectures. He's a tea shop owner, and he is often called to deliver the lecture on customer relationship. So these are these wonderful things that are happening in India, and I get very fascinated when I interact and when I minutely try to learn something out of them.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Gautham, for those kind of very important points you made there connected to the topics. What is that we can learn from the Indian streets, right? Picked up a couple of things. The pace at which they complete the entire life cycle of selling, right?
Absolutely.
30 seconds or this thing. So we can pick up, it is about the pace, right? To close the deal. Second thing you mentioned about you need to know your target audience. Who is your audience, right? I think that's pivotal. Again, they know their audience. Another thing which caught my attention is the place of learning is not limited to the schools. Everywhere we go, we need to learn. So maybe something which every one of us, including ourselves,
absolutely
pick up. What is that we can learn? Looking at things around, and especially from these the Indian street vendors. I think there is so much. And the final one, from a business point of view, low cost, high impact. You're all management students, you would have done a lot of those stuff. I'm not going to belabor the point. We always use this 80-20 rule, right? Low cost, high impact. Not necessarily always you need to have high budgets to make high impact. I think that's something which we need to take away. So beautiful points, every one of you. And I think we got the right mix here, and so that we can pick up the diverse thoughts. For the students, we're going to I'm going to pick a bit more from each one of the panelists. But if you have questions, you keep your questions ready. We are going to take the questions from the floor as well as virtually through the chat. But let me go back to Mr. Devendra. Devendra, you have spent enough of time in the corporate. And from a corporate, you went into becoming an entrepreneur, as you rightly called yourself, as a ground zero guy. I think that is quite a big change, big shift. So why don't you just share a few thoughts from your transition? How did you transition from a corporate to a ground zero entrepreneur? That is part one, and keep it brief. Part two of the question, because what you have said is requires a larger vision, right? Your vision is not limited to the e-ride or EV category. Your vision seems to be much bigger. So can you just share both your transition journey as well as your vision? How did you see the big vision as an entrepreneur?
Sure. See, in fact, most of the sales guys has a bug to be entrepreneurs. You know, and it was there with me since my childhood. And when I was getting all the rewards and recognition at Xerox or various corporates, it was there with me. And then I give the credit to the business leaders where I work, because they gave me full freedom in my job. And that's what I started working as an independent guy. And I was able to build new businesses in new territories. And normally there's a difference between a business person and an entrepreneur. An entrepreneur goes to an uncharted territory, a road less traveled, where a lot of things have not been proven. And we are into an EV industry, which is at an initial stage where a lot of challenges in terms of supply chain, in terms of availability of products, in terms of raising funds, or in terms of getting loans for our customers. So we had gone through all those things for past 3 years. And then when the opportunities we are seeing here, there are two kind of opportunities for particularly the loaders category where we are fulfilling. First is the category of last mile delivery, which we are already working with startups. And the second was working for e-com company under OPEX model. We're still evolving in this OPEX model. But however, as we saw, there is a huge demand potential where we can enable a micro entrepreneur. Where we can enable a micro entrepreneur. We started working in those areas where we can enable a micro entrepreneur. And also, we thought that we can enhance and impact the lives of the people. Now we can enhance and impact the life of the peoples if we can bring solutions for their day-to-day challenge in terms of rather than moving on a manually driven four-wheel vehicle, or they're selling the vegetables or any of such articles. In fact, my first customer was guy who was selling pickles. Firdaus bhai, that's what we call him. He was the first guy, and he was selling pickles, and we had a challenge in getting loans for that guy, and that's how we started exploring this area where we can impact the people. And also I can say that joy and satisfaction in this line is entirely different. It's not a top line, it's not a bottom line, but the joy and satisfaction is entirely different. And still work is in progress. And as I said earlier in my opening statements, we are the first people to bring these products in Telangana for livelihood projects, aligning the various stakeholders. Aligning the various stakeholders, because we got Vijay Dairy, who was giving this subsidy on these vehicles, and also on the encouraging the startups to get into franchisee mode, again helping them to fulfill their dreams in terms of expanding their business. This is what I can say.
Very interesting. You use the words impact on lives of people. It almost sounded you are doing social work. You also mentioned about it is not necessarily always top line and bottom line. It is the joy of satisfaction. I'm assuming, Mr. Devendra Reddy, you are still running a for-profit company, right? And how do you really kind of get this balance of making a sustainable business, having that vision of impacting people? Does it need to be only the social entrepreneurs who needs to do it, or do you see it can still be a profitable business, having a goals of uplifting the poor, uplifting the people who are a bit more marginalized?
Yeah, see, we do not take margins or profits from one customers. We distribute our profits from different customers. So that's the reason we are seeing this as a unit placement strategy, where we're getting into different verticals, where it's a sheer numbers game. Rather than selling a one high end and making an entire profit, we are trying to distribute the numbers to different segments through the customization of these products. That's where we are going to have it, not by one single vertical or one single customer, but with multiple customers.
Very good. I think that's a good point, right? Not necessarily every product, every customer gives you the same margin, but you distribute that margin so that overall you still are running a sustainable, profitable business while meeting the end goal of kind of making a difference into the lives of people. So thank you so much. That's very very helpful. Maybe I'll move to you, Dr. Shailaja, if you are still there. I can't see you, but if you are in a position to take this question, you talked about villagepreneurs, right? And we see a lot more opportunities are there in the urban areas, but how do we really extend this to every part of our country? And there's still majority of the people live in the villages. What are your thoughts? What is that we need to be doing to really take it to the villages? Not sure whether Dr. Shailaja is still available to take this call, but maybe I'll move to Mr. Harsh. As you look into, because you talked about a lot about strategy, you worked in the strategy, just connecting to what Dr. Shailaja said earlier, what can be the strategy? What is that we can learn from the Indian street vendors strategically? Because you talked about forward and backward integration and how they actually are so agile. We talk about in technology companies, agile ways of working and all that. But I thought our street vendors are the most agile people. So can you throw some light? What should be the strategy we can adopt to connect the dots or bridge the gap between the urban and the rural parts of India.
Mohan, as Gautham was saying, it's never about resources. It's always about how we use those resources, right? And how innovatively we use it. So I'm just reminded of one thing. As I told you, I was doing some kind of research on Street Chronicles. Have you seen how often do you think of a beauty salon or a spa when you actually go to a roadside eatery? At least I didn't think of it. I didn't come across this kind of an example here. I have actually seen examples wherein you have a thela, you have a food thela near, it's almost like a college van. It's almost like a food van, which is parked outside college. It's a mobile van. All they have done is they have added a small trailer to that. And in that, they have a beauty spa wherein lesser known cosmetic brands, which are directly competing with Lakme, have actually put up a salon. Now that moves around everywhere into the colleges. You come out for the lunch, you have a quick, facial or whatever you have probably within 30 minutes, and you go back and you are the propagator of that particular thela or that particular vendor. Now, how cool is that? At least that is something which I have not come across when I'm looking at formal structures or something like that. These are some of the innovative strategies. Or take, for example, you have a thela wala, and how do they typically source it? And again, coming back to co-opetition, I link it up with co-opetition here. You are on a street, everybody is selling the same product. Everybody is literally selling the same product. And in fact, there's a lot more competition than the organized sector. And so much so that your survival depends on it. Forget you don't even have a regular salary. The survival depends on it. But still, the art of co-opetition is something which I found extremely funny. How do you do that? I'll take a small example. COVID times, we had different localized lockdowns were there. So when people could move 5 kilometers away, people could move 2 kilometers away. What these people did, they actually chained up, created a chain with their competitors, saying, "I will give it to this part of the locality, and from there you take it and deliver it. You pay me. I'll take the delivery charges from you. You take the sourcing charges from me. In this way, everybody is benefited actually. Everybody's infrastructure was used together. Somebody is very strong in sourcing. Somebody has very good time. Truck wale, doodh wale, and these are the people who are in demand to actually source the product. Now, the same person, once they source it, all they have to do is just pass it on to these dunzos and these small delivery chains which you have, just tie up with them. And at the same time, you also double up as a service delivery person using your bicycles, your motorcycles, and all that. All you are taking is service charge. So even if you are a competitor, you are not directly competing with them, but you are actually still making money out of it. And how does a competitor benefit? The reach of his products, particularly when you go in smaller towns, smaller mandals, villages kind of a thing. Even today, again, just a simple statistic here, with all the Amazons, with all the Flipkarts we have, how much do you think is the penetration rate we have for online platforms? It's about 35%. So that explains the rush of all the corporate players into these e-delivery platforms. So look at the 65% of community or markets which are still unserviced, and who services them? These street vendors. They are actually being used as a delivery person. Or for that matter, you spoke about the sustenance part. Here is where government comes in, Panchayat Raj comes in. I was stunned to even know that there are urban areas. In fact, there are Naxal-infested areas in MP and even AP, which we went during 2021, along with the police enforcement team, just to ensure that those people were actually coming back to the mainstream. And I was part of one particular project wherein police vehicles, law enforcement vehicles were being used as supply chain, particularly for these people. And it is official in one way, it is not official in one way. That is one example which I could come across. And coming back to any kind of an innovative strategy, if I'm talking about, how many of us know that even the person who comes to our house, I'm not sure how many of you are from small towns, there are people who come to your house, take old clothes and give you some vessels in exchange. So I'm sure you must have come across these people. And what do they do with those old clothes? The same afternoon, they have a very robust supply chain wherein they actually sell these old clothes to some of the garment makers, and by exactly within 48 hours, they are turned out as complete garments on sale again in the markets. So in a way, they are competitors. In a way, they actually collaborate. So the multiple such innovative strategies. Probably I could again share it as one of some of the emails if I keep talking about it. And coming back to the sustained model, there are people who are actually reaching out to the corporate sector, wherein you have people like Zomato. There are 300 Thela Veles only in Hyderabad who are registered on Zomato right now, even as we speak. Now, that is something which is more sustained model of development, wherein people are trained on how to use digital platforms, how to use hygienically, and what does Zomato get it? Zomato gets the extended delivery. It doesn't, it's even reaching people where none of its competitors are reaching. So those are some of the instances which I've come across.
Very good, Harsh. You made a couple of very, very important points I want to kind of just reiterate. One is, it is not the lack of resources, but it is how we use the resources that are available. So that's where the creativity will come in, but also you are linking it to getting rid of this competition kind of a mentality and co-opt. Unfortunately, all our education system, right, is based on competition, right? So we compete to be on the top, and that's the way we come in through our competitive exams. And suddenly we are saying, look, competition is not necessarily a good word, right? Everybody can exist. It is not a socialistic mentality. Actually, if you practically see, morning I've been to a vegetable market, right? Now, there are at least 20 vendors there. Everybody is selling almost the same, but I haven't seen them fighting. I haven't seen them kind of pushing for this thing. I think there is certainly a value which we can pick up, right, from that. And I was quite impressed, right? And I choose to go to different vendors at different times. So maybe one takeaway, students, they are all young people, and hopefully most of you are budding entrepreneurs as well. Re-look at the word competition and think about co-opting, where everybody can win. And again, I go back to my sports example, only together we win. So with that, let me go back to Gautham. Dr. Shailja, I'll come back to you. I missed your question, but I'll come back to Gautham. Gautham, you mentioned that you are the kind of a first time kind of an entrepreneur, and sports field, particularly in India, is not easy. Being a pioneer, right? Being a first generation entrepreneur itself is challenging, but being a pioneer is even more, right? I know your passion comes from your childhood playing the game, but can you just kind of give some thoughts of your learnings, right? I'm sure you had learned a lot. As leaders, we learn from our failures. It is okay to share your failures, but that will be useful for our young students.
Yes. In fact, I'm associated with a lot of a few B schools where I often suggest students that please don't talk or don't listen to people who are hugely successful and business icons, because you may not adopt their success formula or the magic sauce. Meet struggling entrepreneurs like me, honestly, because when you meet struggling entrepreneurs, you will get to know that how they are managing each and everything. And one good thing happened with us is we did not raise the fund. No loan, no fund, in a way it's good, and we realized it during the pandemic, so we are absolutely debt free in a way. But also, yes, coming back to my learning and as a first generation entrepreneur, let me share what I understood so far entrepreneurship with a very small story, if you allow. The story is about Mullah Nasiruddin, who was lying on his deathbed. So when he was on his deathbed, surrounded by his friends and families, so someone asked, Mullah, you had a great life, and you had impacted and touched many people's life, changed, inspired. but there must be something that you would like to do differently in your next life. What would be that? So Mullah thought for some time and said, as you see, my hair has a side partition, and I would change it to middle part. I'll go for middle partition. And everybody was surprised that, Mullah, this is such a simple thing. Why is it that? So he said, when I was a kid, I always wanted to go for middle parting, but my father never allowed. But when I grew up and when I lost my father, after a few years, I thought that I would change it. And I tried, but repeatedly failed because my hair got conditioned in a fashion that I could not change it. What I'm referring to here is habit. And I think that is the right word that I have learned about entrepreneurship. That how and what habits we build as an entrepreneur, what values becomes a part of our habit, what ethics we follow and imbibe this as a part of our habit. And that's my learning, that's my personal takeaway. In specific, I more than 1.5 decades I was into a job, a regular job in sports, in corporate, in education sector. And one thing I have always heard, that when the company grows, people also grow. And how many of you agree? If you can just raise hand, those who are in the classroom. Yes. And I also believed it, that when the company grows, the people also grow. But when I started Spotify, I realized it is not true. It is absolutely untrue. In fact, I'm making a very bold statement here. I know it. But what I started believing is, it is absolutely other way around. When people grow, then only the company can grow. And that's what my first takeaway. So my 4 pointers I would like to share as an entrepreneur, first generation entrepreneur, and honestly speaking, a struggling entrepreneur. Sports is always a very off the field entrepreneurship. And even now today, when sports is almost nil and our endeavor is to develop grassroots sports. My first learning is why. This word, always make it as a starting point. If you want to be an entrepreneur, start yourself. Why? Why you want to become an entrepreneur? Why you don't want to join a job? And in most of the cases, I have realized that when why is clear, the other parameters of how, when, who, whom, where, this becomes very clear. But often we lose the sight of why. So why is the most important question? And you need to answer to yourself very honestly. My second thing is, don't start a business to make money. Again, a very bold statement, a very opposite to the flame. Because when you start a business to make money, before making money, there are a lot of other things. We need to make those first. Number one, as I said, habit, people, processes, product, customer, relationship, a habit of waking up every time you fall, disagreements, all these things, and money becomes the byproduct of it. So as you see, money becomes a byproduct. And honestly speaking, if you're passionate about making money, nothing wrong. I have seen people, those who are absolutely passionate about making money, people from Gujarat, they switch on businesses because they see opportunity of making money. Nothing wrong. But be sure that what's your why? Is it making money or is it something? So if it is making money, pick up only that business that will give you the maximum gross margin. As simple as that. Don't try to break your head into anything and don't waste your time. But if the answer is not money, my third learning is skills are cheap, and passion is priceless. Because you can pick up skills either from people, either from a course, either from your experience, your time, but passion is something which is priceless. And I have met great minds. I had an opportunity to work with many great minds during my job tenure, where I have seen passionate people and how they lost passion because they were not able to do something which they are passionate about. So passion is priceless. If you have any passion, build that passion around it, and recruit those people who are equally passionate, because building people is the key of entrepreneurship. And when I'm talking about building people, my fourth learning is, don't teach your team. Again, a very bold point. Don't teach your team. Help them to think. I'll give you a very classic example of of what we have learned and what we have started practicing after 2 years, personally me. I'm sure many of you will be surprised. In fact, all of you would be surprised to know a fact about Spotify is, being a CEO of Spotify, I'm the only person in the company who does not have an authority to make any decision. I'm the only person. I don't take decisions. It was not from day one, but it recently started from 2018. What happened is, often we corporate leaders, we see people as human resource, and every person walking in we see is as dollar coming in, because we measure the impact. So I tried to change it, and I made it a rule that if a person walks in, if someone joins, how can he or she makes more money and at the shortest period of time? For example, today, if his salary is an X amount, how soon can he make 2X? And I allow him to think. And that's how the people start thinking that how he can progress. So if you see this journey of X to 2X, there will be a huge impact to the company, because people are growing. People are growing in terms of knowledge, their competency, their skills, and financially, that's business I'm talking about. So when someone walks in, and when I give them this a milestone, that in the next 1 year, if at least you are not growing by 1.5x, you are not an impact to Spotify. I'm as loud and clear as that. So what I meant to say here is, when you work with people and when you actually see people's growth and people grow, then you will automatically see the byproduct as the company is growing. And in particularly in sports, what happens is, sports as an industry, and I also believe there is sports in everyone's life. Sports is also a very low cost and high impact. In fact, it's one of the most low cost, high impact engagement. And it's a very powerful social tool, bringing together people from different ethnic, cultural, religious, linguistic, and socio-economic backgrounds. And that's the value that we are talking about. Because whether it is sports or any business, we leaders often get engaged into day-to-day activities, whether it is operations or sales meet or customer meets, going through your Excel sheet, measuring your top line and bottom line. But I think the leaders of company, the prime job, one task that we don't get time, and slowly we tend to forget that this is our prime job, and that is to dream. It happened with me. And this last 2 years, I have invested enough time to just dream. But dream won't make you result. You also have to enable your people to think. Again, coming to my first point, that how can your people think, so that that thinking process shifts to their dream. They should also dream. And that dream collectively should be turned to reality with collective effort. And that's what I exactly meant by thinking. I lost the time of dreaming. Every single day, doing something or other, talking to customers, trying to take new businesses, but my dream was gone. And this is what I realized in last 2 years. And I'm not saying that I have turned the table around in 2 years, but in this 2 years, with me, my team, we were able to come up with fantastic products that could create wonderful, experience of sports to people. So that's what my takeaway is. And collectively, these things have also taught me and my entire team. And in fact, those 4 or 5 rules that I have stamped, put it on my wall. And those rules have not only impacted me or my team, but millions of children and people whom we are working with. I'll share that if the time permits, of that my 5 rules. So that's my learning so far as an entrepreneur.
Wonderful. Thank you for sharing, and the number of very pertinent points you mentioned, Gautham. The question of why, right? Unless you are very clear about the why, you will not have that vision. And another important this thing, don't start with in the business of making money. Money will follow. Money is a very byproduct of the things which you do well, building people, and never lose your passion and dream big and follow it up on. the need for thinking. So very, very pertinent. So thank you so much for sharing. Dr. Shailaja, are you there? Are you in a position to take a question?
Yes.
Yeah, sure. Okay. We'll come back quickly to Dr. Shailaja, who talked about the need for developing villagepreneurs, right? And what can be the sustainable model. So on the other side, we had Mr. Devendra Reddy talked about the ESG aspect of it, but what Dr. Shailaja is talking about is how can we really bring in enablers through research and technology to create villagepreneurs and connect the dots. So from your own kind of an experience, do you have any thoughts how some of our students can actually think about creating an ecosystem which develops that villagepreneurs?
Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Patnaik, for bringing me on to this. Yeah. See, as an R&D institute, we have the scientific social responsibility, and we are working with young students in the name of Jigyasa to build the connect between science and scientists and the students to inculcate scientific temper in them. One is that. And the other scientific social responsibility is to go with the corporates having the same, objective of social responsibility, tie up with them and get this outreach activity to progress with respect to upskilling, building capacity for them so that they have better employability opportunities. And on the other hand, try to make them feel that they can become a startup entrepreneur, and which have very minimal capital investment, which are kind of scientific and technological solutions. I call them interventions, like waste, value addition to waste, tie up with municipal corporations, or we have certain technologies which are skill-based, like in food area, in agri area, we're very farmer-centric solutions as well. So we had been thinking of trying to tie up with in many which ways to percolate this or penetrate this into the village ecosystem. Unfortunately, there was under Niti Aayog, they came up with 115 aspirational districts, and they said that they would like them to be coming into the mainstream by deployment of S&T. So they made a few labs as nodal, and we were nodal for 4 districts, Asifabad, Khammam, Warangal, and Paderu and Vizag. Here we were supposed to talk to the Prabhari officers, IAS officers. I'm talking about the failures, Dr. Patnaik, which could not really take off. Although the intention and the objectives were very, very genuine and nice, here we were not successful in trying to make these collectors a part of this ecosystem, to own it up and do the betterment of upliftment of this society. They could not. Their intentions and their passion is not there. What my previous panel member was saying, passion is very, very important if you wish to get something reaching out to the last mile. And we need to sort of unlearn from this learnings what we got. And there was another kind of Unnat Bharat Abhiyan. There again, with IIT Delhi pitching in, we also were not successful there to do this particular component of reaching out to the villagers and trying to engage them, create an awareness, build interest in them, and showcase that, hey, look, this is a very nice livelihood opportunity which would locally benefit your own community in having a better quality of life, and at the same time give you an occupation to generate monies for your livelihood and your family. So this, in order to have this, I think it is very important. I don't know what were the 4 rules my previous speaker was talking. I'm very curious to listen to those rules. We need to probably formulate such hatke rules, something which is out of the box. And I really appreciated the way he is not a decision maker, and he gives the opportunity to the team to bring in the value on the board so that, the company as such grows. So I am looking forward to the MBA masterminds and the esteemed panel members to showcase a very sustainable business model where we were thinking, it's my thoughts again, bring in the mudra or any other financer, give the seed funding to these villagepreneurs, so that will make them kickstart the project. And then, you should have a sustainable model of revenue generation with the seed funding on the continuity of the operations for them. So capital investment and the seed funding, if it is given, if it is assisted by any social workers or social organization, along with the financiers, then involve another stakeholder. I thought the best one would be a college or a school, an educational institution, where the students are very proactive. And these students can participate in this particular endeavor. And that should get them some credits. They should also be incentivized for doing this kind of an activity. So if we try to build an ecosystem between the finance company, the science and technology organization, which will play a mentorship role in not only giving the guidance on the intervention, but handhold them for a certain period of time to imbibe the nitty-gritties of the technology and move on. We are doing some models are very successful when we came up with accelerated anaerobic composting. The Department of Agriculture Marketing has joined hands with us, where the women or the fishing community can be made part. Farmer community was made part in this. Fishing community is made part in lake eco-restoration. You remove the whole water hyacinth, make it more pliable, for the communities to walk over there. Otherwise, they smell so badly, and they are the harping grounds for mosquitoes and many other vectors, which again will start creating communicable diseases. So there are several such projects, and I can go on and on about projects, but my submission here would be that for having a better society with the interventions that we have in science and technology, for improving the quality of life of people and making our living better. So that is where we should join hands with the right partners, right stakeholders should come together. Nothing can happen in silos. You agree with me, I'm sure. So where, the student community should actually take a lead, I feel, to bring in this kind of a change. And this change is very necessary by unlearning certain things which we were very conventionally having in our mindset, and try to enforce certain changes in this whole endeavor to make it happen. That's from my side.
Thank you so much. I think there are a number of insights you have given to break the silos. And I think what is coming out very strongly throughout is how do we come together, different aspects of whether it's a government organization or a research organization or a finance organization, how do we really bring the entire ecosystem together for a common benefit? Again, goes back to the theme Harsh talked about, co-opting, right? So again, I'm going back to our theme is, what is that we can learn from the street vendors? Guys, all these things are there in front of our eyes. We just need to kind of break some myths, as Gautham kind of put very, very well, and kind of bring it together. And I think that's where the success lies. I'm deeply conscious of the time. I have a number of questions to ask our distinguished panel, but I'm deeply mindful. This should be beneficial for you. So I want to kind of leave rest of the time, whatever is the upper limit we have, to take questions both from the campus as well as from online. You can ask any questions in your mind to any one of the panelists. So if you want a particular panelist to answer that question, that is fine. If it is a general question, then I'm fine to direct to any one of the panelists. So with that, I think over to whoever is coordinating at the campus to take questions from the students.
Please may post their questions in the chat box. The questions will be read out. The audience here may please raise your hands. Shivang Kalra, please pass the mic.
Hello, good morning, sir. I have a question from Mr. Gautham, sir.
Please go ahead.
Very good morning. Go ahead.
Sir, you talk about entrepreneurial skills. You talk about entrepreneurs. I have a question that if a business is running into losses from last 10 years, 15 years, and if you have a good, handsome competitors in the market, I'm talking about the Paytm company. What is your opinion on Paytm companies? You have competitors like Google Pay in the market. How you compete them, and what is the future of Paytm ahead? It's under heavy losses right now.
Allow me to sound a bit of old school thought. And I'll be honest with you. What's your name?
Shivang Kalra, sir.
Shivang. I could not understand, or rather to say, I failed to understand the business game of valuation.
Okay.
You see, and I'll explain it to you. This trend has recently, for last decade, where businesses are built on the basis of valuation. I'm not saying this is correct or incorrect. I'm not getting into that. There is a trend of fundraising, seed fund followed by first round and second round and third round. So if you understand correctly that how this fundraising happens, because you need to have a lot of customer acquisition so that you can increase a tremendous top line. Forget about the bottom line. You understand what is the top line and bottom line, I believe, because you being a B school student.
Yes, sir.
So when your revenue is large, huge, and you have a huge customer base, your valuation increases. And the only way to raise the second round of funding is to get another round of funding by bigger valuation and maybe by giving more equity. And that's how the entire business is. So yes, you are correct. If I'm correct, the figure last quarter, it was 2,700 crores of loss.
Yes, sir.
But if you looked at the fundraising, why investors are investing? Because I would love to invest. If someone tells me that you invest X and maybe after 5 years, I give you the guarantee to raise a fund, another fund of 2X, and I'll give you 2X return. So what happens is, as an investor, I would never want to get into that. What is your profit? How is your people? What is your organization culture and what you are selling in fact? I would be only interested to my return, and that's why this is something which is about valuation. And what we are talking about here is a business which is typically a brick and mortar model. You know how a building is built with brick by brick by brick. And I'm kind of so far I have built this brick by brick, and this is the only business that I have started so far and continuing so far. We are in profit, by the way. We were sustainable during the pandemic. My struggle is something else. My struggle is with my people, the people whom I lost because the coaches, there were no sports. So you see, as an entrepreneur, the focus is absolutely different. But had been raising fund, my game would have been completely different now. I would have been looking for maybe third or fourth round of funding. So that's the game where you need to understand. And again, I'm saying, please do not take my comments or my note or my approach as a right or wrong.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, it's
Yes,
a call that the entrepreneurs need to take, that whether in the first go you should go for, because see, in most of the B schools where I am engaged with, where I interact, I always advocate that you have your whole life to learn to develop a pitch deck for investors.
Right, right.
Pitch deck is not business. Business is where you have to make your hands dirty. Try to learn that, try to acquire those components, those skills. And again, going back and again about building people here. No matter what you do, trust me. You can trust me on that.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Did I answer your query?
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right.
Maybe Gautham, just to add, and Shivang, thanks for raising that, but I want to kind of redirect. I think that's exactly what Gautham said. If your primary motive is to make money, right, you will be in the valuation game. I was an investment banker myself, and I can tell you guys, right? I think again, though Gautham was modest to say I'm a old school thought, it's not about what's old school and new school, what is the right thing. And I want to go back to the basics of what is that we can learn from the street vendors, right? So unless they make money, they will not have food, right? And this Paytm, I'm not taking the company's name, right? If you are in the valuation game, right, it is a big bubble. At some point in time, it will come and bite us. So I think I just want to draw back our attention to the basics of business. And I loved what Gautham said. Money cannot be the primary. This thing is the output of what you do well, right? And it's about people. So just kind of I want to recalibrate that. But I loved your answer. I just want to say it is not old school. It is basics of being in a business, right? Okay.
Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. We'll take the next question.
Thank you.
And again, I would appreciate, I think none of the panelists here, we are here to comment and criticize anybody. We want to offer practical tips and real on the ground. And please use that time, right? Intellectual discussions we can have till cows come back home, but pick the brains of our wonderful panelists to take some practical tips.
We have another question from Ms. Lipakshi Dureja.
Good afternoon, sir. This is Lipakshi, and my question is from Gautham, sir. As CK Prahlad has already said, that the future lies with when the companies realize that the poor are their customers. So my question is related to the rural marketing. So I want to know about your views on the entrepreneurial strategy for entering into rural retailing and how they can cope with the adversities like the variants coming up every now and then. So if an entrepreneur is entering into the rural market, so what should be their strategy?
Try to be again, I'm sharing what I think is right. I'm not an expert, but again, we work at a lot of people in the remotest areas of India. In fact, our academies are in a few of our academies in the Northeast where I'm sure you never heard of those names, the pure talent. And there I have seen the volume of business. So I'll give you an example and try to make it very simple, as simple as possible, because, we all, including me and all of us, the education system of our country is such, and everywhere in the world, I'm not comparing, that we tend to become conditioned. We are conditioned to think in a certain manner. We are conditioned to do things in a certain way. Just the way I gave you an example of when people walking in a company, we see it as a dollar coming in, but can you think it the other way? Can you think it this way, that if someone is coming, how soon can he make 2x money what he is being offered today? How soon can he grow? So I'll just give you an example. In our state, in West Bengal, in remotest villages, there are so-called theaters, very remote theaters. And if someone is from West Bengal, we call it Jatra or something like that. So in those theaters, I was surprised to see film stars, mega stars, they are coming and performing. And the sponsors are like Unilever and the top brands of the world. And I was surprised. And then I got to know that why they are coming here. Now see, their approach of the simple way. In remotest part of the country, you don't get malls. You don't get fashion brands. However, they do everything in the daily life what we do. They bathe, they eat, they wear clothes, they build home, they use cosmetics, everything. So that is the reason the brands are there. That is the reason they are able to pay those mega stars. And they have always tried to keep it as simple as possible. Because, you know, in urban area, what happens, you go to mall and you tend to, you have a lot of options. And you will be surprised to know, if you see, I had a report of this garment industry, branded versus non-branded garments. Non-branded garments, I'm talking about round neck t-shirts, which comes less than 100 rupees, and the formal shirts of 150 rupees. That market size is, any guess in terms of what is the percentage or the bigger in terms of industry as a whole? It is more than 42x. If you talk about any brand of our country, Louis Philippe, Arrow, anything, 42x. Just imagine. Now, again, we are conditioned that we only need to do white collar business or white collar job. But there are products, there are services that can impact in huge way. And Swiggy and Zomato, they are already doing it. Their market is stagnant in urban. They're done. And now they're penetrating tier 2, tier 3, tier 4 cities. Look at the schools, look at the management colleges that are coming in tier 3 cities also. So that's a huge market, I think. But you need to be, the thought should be very simple. The thought should be very, very simple. And that's what I guess is the mantra to crack that.
Thank you, sir.
We'll be taking one last question if there's any. Mr. Sankalp Yole.
Good afternoon, sir. Sir, you told people forget their most primary and important job, and that is to dream. So what, according to you, should we do to invoke that?
And this question is for whom?
Sir, Gautham, sir.
Okay. I think, you know, you need to dream. I mean, again, I'm just thinking in the most simplest manner. I could not dream because I could not think, and I could not think because I never had the time to think. So I only got time when I started building people and giving authority to people. Now imagine in the entire day, all of us have 24 hours. I don't have extra hour, right? And if 100 works comes to my table and I have to analyze, assess, and take those decisions, I'm done with the day. When will I think and when the dream comes? And that is where, from the beginning, I've been advocating this. How do you enable people? How you delegate your jobs? People will make mistakes, trust me. And we have, in our company, we have such policies. We incentivize people. We give incentives, those who make mistakes. Because, you know, you just can't sit on everything day after day after day. And what I mean by dream is the vision that Mr. Reddy also shared. You need to got a big picture. You have to have that vision, but also you have to pass on that vision to your team. Your team should also be able to, if you have 3 dreams, 3 visions, 3 big pictures, how about your 30 members or 100 members team? They also start thinking big. Now just imagine, you just multiply this, it becomes huge. And that's where I was referring to my five rules, which will very specifically answer your question, and which I have learned. Where my first rule, which I have learned, is finish your race. And here the key word is your, which one of my colleague told you, that, you know, not to get into competition. So you have to identify your role, your race, you need to compete with your race. Don't get into somebody else's race. A second is, my learning is, a risk is an opportunity. So take all, or see all the risk through the lens of opportunity. Risk is opportunity. Third, I think the train never stops twice. All of us know that. And so as your team and so as your people. If someone comes to you and tells you something, don't try to just tell them or to go away. Lend your ear, invest your time. If required, take those risks again, because you never know which one turns to be an opportunity, and he may not share his ideas with you again, and so as with you. Fourth rule which I have learned is like growth takes place outside the comfort zone. And it's a very, very important rule that I have learned in my personal life. We as human, we are very comfortable with our comfort zone. We don't tend to get out. Services, product, everything is fine. Chal raha hai, business is running, happy customers, happy team. I'm also happy. But again, that is where we need to analyze that what next, because you never know when something disrupts and your comfort zone is diluted. So always go out of your comfort zone, and mistakes are inevitable. That's my fifth rule. And that's how I have made a policy that I encourage everyone to make mistakes, but please make sure that you make new mistakes every time. So these are the 5 most important golden things that I have learned. And you as an entrepreneur, you think and just jump on it, believe in yourself. And whatever I said, these are at a very 30,000 feet, but there are mechanisms, there are ways by which you can actually quantify and assess all these things. Yeah, if I'm talking about mistakes, if I'm talking about risk, everything is quantifiable. So it's just not that, okay, today I'm here, just in 10 minutes, I'm telling all these things at 30,000 feet and vanish. These all can be assessed. These all can be quantified.
Thank you,
sir.
Yeah.
Okay.
We
Yes,
have
sir.
one question from online. Should we take that?
Yes, we have a question in the chat box.
Yes, we do.
Yeah, I'll be reading out the question. It is a long question. I'll be, reading out a condensed form.
And
So the main question is, in a country like India, where unemployment is a colossal problem and corporates use these disruptive technologies like robots to enhance their service and business performance, but at the end of the day, they are affecting the employment of semi-skilled workers. How to deal with this?
can I request Harsh if you can take that question, and other panelists can quickly add if you want to, but Harsh, want to go first?
Sure, Mohan. Who was asking this question? Is it Tomar?
Anubhav, yeah.
No, Anubhav, okay. There are 2 aspects to that. The first aspect is I personally work in the AI and AR. I have been doing that for the last 23 years, completely into AI and AR. Let me tell you, there are 2 aspects to that. One is you have used a word called colossal unemployment of semi-skilled workers. So let me tell you something here. Employment is relative, and skill is always relative. So the moment you talk about an old skill, it doesn't work much in the market. There is always a need to upgrade the skill. Now, whenever I'm talking about AI and AR, trust me, it's a very common perception that they're taking away the jobs. But again, as a statistician, as a researcher person, I can tell you, and person who is actually working with startups on AI and AR, I don't know from where you have sourced this kind of a stats, but let me tell you from the official gazette. After AI and AR have come into India for the last 3 years, the employment rates have literally gone up by 35%. Now, how? Because of the reach. Imagine the reach where you are, if you are a marketer sitting here, your market was only probably an area in Hyderabad or probably the city alone. Look at these technologies. They are enabling you to even reach your marketplace. That is one. Second one, as comes to skill set is always relative. Earlier everybody used to use horse carriages. Cars came. So are you blaming cars, saying automobile engines literally took away the jobs? It's always about whether you are in the unemployed sector, organized or unorganized. What pays is do you have the right skill set? And there are many avenues which are being opened by AR, wherein semi-skilled workers are actually getting jobs. It's just that they need to be trained on the right way. So this concept that they're taking away jobs is not a complete right thing to do. It's more about, tell me the context in what way they are taking away the jobs. It's like you need to reskill and you need to upskill. There are 2 things which I'll again reiterate. There's always a need to reskill and you also need to upskill. Now, if you don't upskill, And there are multiple avenues also being developed for people to upskill and reskill. And if you are not taking that, definitely, yes, you are missing the bus and you are in the unemployment bracket. But if you are taking it, on the other hand, it's almost like you have a completely new greenfield strategy wherein you have unlimited opportunity. Anybody would like to add to that?
I think great answer. Anybody else want to add? Any of the panelists?
I think what Mr. Hashwardan shared is absolutely correct. The keywords is this reskilling and upskilling. And again, these two things are again, they define the organizational culture, that how you help people to grow and, so that they can reskill and upskill, what opportunities you give them. And in an era of technology, this is very, very important. But to just to add this, I think again there are a lot of building blocks, and those building blocks sometimes topple because of what one of the students asked about 10 to 15 years of loss, and then again the valuation, because the pressure of numbers and the reskilling and upskilling and the people ultimately somewhere it get disbalanced. But I think what sir suggested of this reskilling and upskilling is something that the industry leaders, the company leaders, the CEOs and MDs, they should actually look for, because that's the only way where people grow, especially in the industry of technology, AI.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, panel, for putting forth your viewpoints on how the low-cost, high-impact business strategy of street vendors influences in bringing up sustainable and inclusive business models that can be applied across sectors. The misconception that competition leads to strife has been proven wrong by the street vendors of India, who showed through examples that competition can pave way for cohesiveness, cooperation, and mutual growth. We also learned how street vendors have thrived in the post-COVID scenario with strategies ranging from delivery to customer feedback. Their success has proved that learning is not restricted to just educational institutions, but that one can learn to succeed even from the streets and gullies too.
We would now like to felicitate the panel by affiliating them with our Go Green initiative, where a sapling would be planted under your names. We kindly request the panel to accept our virtual token of appreciation by sharing the screen. Thank you all. Now our PR team. Thank you all. Now our PR team will guide you for a short interview. Panel, you'll be moved to the breakout rooms. We can now break for lunch. We request the attendees to come back by sharp 1:45.
A new emerging trend in our economy is the emergence of startups. Government initiatives have accelerated this new trend. But we can observe that one thing in common: they usually fail. But the minority which beat the odds and survive share several traits. For any large, genuine, and sustainable turnaround to occur, one of the key requirements is for the leader to find ways to fix the problem. The importance of a business plan to aid in the transition from entrepreneurial doers to leaders is also explored while looking at the key factors that motivate entrepreneurs and how they in turn motivate their employees. Hence, for the second panel discussion, the topic, Surfing on a High Tide, will be taken up by seasoned and established entrepreneurs about the significance of competitive advantage, its scope of constructive addition among fresh entrepreneurs for organizing a startup, and the key entrepreneurial management functions of existing ones.
Our first panelist for the day is Ms. Aarti, founder and CEO of Modak Analytics. Ms. Joshi is the co-founder and COO of Modak. She has been instrumental in initially bootstrapping Modak, building Modak through the years, and now establishing Modak as a global leader in data engineering and cloud technologies. She has close to 20 years of experience in the IT services industry and has worked across geographies in multicultural teams. She has extensively worked on technology projects involving data analytics, big data, data warehousing, cloud migration, etc. At Modak, she is involved in putting teams, processes, and technology together to deliver petabyte scale data engineering projects for clients. Under her leadership, Modak has grown tenfold. She is on the board of governors of an autonomous college in Hyderabad. She also has been a member of NGO in Hyderabad. She has been a speaker and panel member at She's passionate about subjects ranging from technology, women in tech, entrepreneurship, product development, strategy, and has been a regular speaker at workshops and conferences. We welcome you, ma'am.
Thank you. It's a pleasure coming here.
Our second panelist for this discussion is Ms. Ganga S., mentor in residence at the Society for Innovation and Entrepreneurship, SINE, IIT Bombay. Ms. Ganga has been associated 28 years with entrepreneurs, founders, and promoters of startups and small and medium enterprises as a banker, educator, mentor, and facilitator in various roles, such as an SME banker with India's largest private bank, adjunct faculty in Center for Entrepreneurship with India's leading B School, and operations head at India's oldest technology business incubator. She also mentors incubatees and startups with other leading incubators in the country. She is associated as a consultant for Indian STEP and Business Incubator Association for the startup ecosystem. We welcome you, ma'am.
Our third panelist for this discussion is Ms. Shaila Shri. Ms. Shaila Shri is an executive search professional with over 20 years of work experience in executive search, real estate, and financial services. Ms. Shaila has set up a boutique executive search firm called Search Partners with a strong focus on senior recruitment, managing key turnarounds, and ensuring profitability components of the business. She was selected in the 10,000 Women, a global initiative supported by the Goldman Sachs Foundation with ISB India. She was chosen among women entrepreneurs across India. We welcome you, ma'am.
Our fourth panelist for this discussion is Ms. Vaishali Neotia, co-founder and CEO of Merxius. Neotia is an entrepreneur, public speaker, and DEI proponent. She co-founded Gold Collar Incorporated, an AI startup in the manufacturing sector, accelerated by Silicon Valley-based The Alchemist. She is also for Ashoka Innovators for the Public. Ms. Vaishali is a regular speaker for TEDx, industry, and academia on diverse topics. She mentors aspiring students and has chaired committees focused on entrepreneurship, technology, and women in entrepreneurship and technology. She has been conferred awards for her leadership by Federation of Indian Chambers of Commerce and Industry and Women Economic Forum, among others. Most recently, she was selected in the Global 108 list of women in leadership 2021 by the Global Council for the Promotion of International Trade. We welcome you, ma'am.
Thank you so much. I'm very happy to be here.
The panel chair for this is Mr. Amit Nagpal, a story coach and a chief community builder at Blogger Alliance. Dr. Amit Nagpal is a business storyteller with a special interest in personal brand storytelling on social and online media. Inspirational storytelling of people is close to his heart, and he likes to pen short stories on wisdom and love in his spare time. He is Amazon's bestseller, Personal Branding, Storytelling, and Beyond. The 6 words from marketeer to professor to storyteller convey his life story. He has been on a journey from unconscious storytelling in childhood to conscious storytelling in adulthood. He believes storytelling can inspire, heal, and build both brands and bonds. Now we will request our moderator to take over the panel discussion.
So welcome once again to all of you, and really looking forward to an exciting discussion with the diverse background all of you bring. And I've been through the detailed profiles of all of you with loads of achievements and interesting experiences and exposure to the startup ecosystem. You are mentoring, involved with academia, in so many ways. You have received awards. So looking forward to a very exciting discussion. So to make the discussion a little structured, like we are following the VUCA framework. So how do startups gain the competitive advantage in light of VUCA volatility, uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguity? So we will focus on each factor for 20 minutes. So volatility and uncertainty we will discuss for 20 minutes each. Then we will have a rapid fire round to have a kind of a break for us and students. And then we will continue with the complexity and ambiguity part of the discussion for 20 minutes each. In between, depending upon your expertise areas, I would also ask you specific questions relating to your, interest in deep tech or academia as per your individual expertise. So let's start the discussion, with volatility. How post-pandemic, the already, Indian industry was becoming volatile because of, the fast technological change and other factors. But, Google, Sundar Pichai had made a statement that, pandemic has caused a digital transformation in 6 months, which would have happened in 6 years. So maybe we were talking about technology as a disruptor pre-pandemic, but pandemic technology was of such help that, now technology has become more of an enabler than a disruptor. So let's start with volatility. Let's start with Aarti.
Okay. Well, first of all, good afternoon, everybody. And, I'm just honored to be on an all-women panel. This is, I think, the first time I'm on an all-women panel. So congratulations, SIBM H, for having an all-women's panel. So, talking about volatility, I'll just talk about MODAC. Just to give you all a brief background of MODAC, what we do, just to kind of, connect the dots. So we are a niche data engineering company, and we also have products in that space, data engineering space. And we essentially serve the life sciences industry, right? So we create huge data platform for the life sciences company, which are used for drug discovery, right? And one of the use cases is drug discovery. So, during pandemic, needless to say, we on the business side, there was no effect to MODAC because, we had a lot of business. We were busy throughout the pandemic. But what affected us was the delivery side of stuff, because how we work at MODAC is we have small pods, those are essentially a team of 4 to 5 people, which contain SMEs, and the subject matter expert can be somebody who is good in coding, who knows the cloud technology, somebody, one person would be somebody who knows our product, and then project management. And this is how the pod is kind of works together. It's essentially very interconnected, right? For them to deliver something, they have to work very closely. Now, Modak hires pan-India. I mean, my team is kind of sitting across India. And with the pandemic, everybody working from home, that was a big challenge. The delivery model had to be tweaked. Because we had processes in place, but the team usually likes to sit in a conference room and kind of hash out the problems, hash out the requirements, but that was not happening. So we had to put a lot of kind of checks, where we were kind of having meetings in the morning, and then one just at the end of the day to kind of make sure that we are on track of delivery of what was expected to deliver from us. And the other thing was, we have how we deliver at Modak is we have all these small pods, and that essentially constitute a studio. So there is a pod kind of they work as a small teams, but essentially these teams also work together. Like one team can be working on the ingestion of data work, the other team would be working on the curation, but essentially there has to be a handshake between them. So I think the delivery model is something that took a lot of change at Modak during pandemic and post pandemic as well, because we haven't changed. I mean, once you introduce some change into organization, it is very, very difficult to kind of unroll it. So kind of we are still kind of sticking with it. So I think that's how we responded to the volatility of the pandemic and the post pandemic.
Yes, Ganga.
Thank you. Thank you for having me here. Like Aarti said, it really feels good to be part of All Women panel with Dr. Amit beautifully moderating us. And it's special to me because, like I was talking to one of the students, my daughter passed out of this campus about a year and a half ago from the law school. I've been to the campus, it's a beautiful place. And so it really is, it feels so good to talk to students. I wish we could be there in person. Okay, now I come purely from a startup ecosystem. So like my introduction went, I'm part of an incubator called SIBM, which is part of the IT Bombay ecosystem. And we are one of the oldest incubators. So when we say incubators, we are the technology business incubators. Now, cut to present, your question. We've heard so much about startups. It's all in the news. So I just don't want to, get into that. We're all aware of it. So what volatility was, especially during these times, which Aarti was like, trying to talk from a user standpoint, I've witnessed it from the other side of the table, where the profile of students or the profile of innovators and founders were maybe a few years older than the students sitting in the audience today, 25, 26 years of age, where people have got PhDs, etc., from good institutes, given up some good careers with a passion of working on the problem and research and problem, and seeing that they get to solve a big problem in the community. So they're all geared up to that. So in fact, I still remember we had a seed round somewhere in February where some very deserving startups were given some seed capital. So we had all planned in terms of how that seed monies will be, utilized, and a lot of assumptions were put in place, and we were all geared up. So startups had hired people because they had to deliver, they had to research, they had to do so many things, right? And come 20th or 25th of 23rd of March, there was just sudden silence. There was a sullen exposure. So volatility I've seen as really kind of shook, fundamentally, like what Aarti was explaining, shook the confidence of these young innovators. And founders who are like having big dreams, and and they're traded off a lot, right? So fundamentally, it was a huge emotional outbreak for them. So as incubator community, we had this huge responsibility of keeping them together, constantly talking to them, and not just about helping them understand, because we also didn't know where the whole situation would go. But where we spent a lot of time is on helping them pivot. Because, you know, there were a lot of opportunities from the government, central government and state government, where they wanted COVID solutions to, you know, be deployed in the market. And startup ecosystem was one of the largest ecosystem which was identified to deploy COVID solutions. So we kind of huddled up with them, tried to find out which startup could really pivot to what, take advantage. So that was one piece where we had to literally handhold them. Not we, when I say we, it is not incubator, but many more stakeholders like in the incubator community. Besides the emotions, keeping their motivation levels high, we also had to constantly tell them, don't fire people. Because if you remember, I mean, we all know startups, you know, they're on a very thin line of resource, right? So the first thing is fire people, right? Because they had to manage costs. So we had to constantly keep talking to them as to how they can engage, how they can build up that loyalty factor, how they can engage with the employees. So it was a lot of churning for us also, because it was a first time experience. We've seen industries move up and down, but something like this was like a shocker for us. But it was a beautiful combination of energy and wisdom, because we have gray hair. So we kind of, you know, realized that, yeah, this is not the end of the world, but we were also learning from them. And the good part is, as I speak now, most of the startups are there. So that was volatility. Yes.
Right. So before I ask Shaila to continue, I was reminded of something very interesting, because we are discussing, volatility. The fear and insecurity is also there in a lot of people, especially maybe at lower and middle level, where they are not very skilled. They have the fear of losing jobs. So I was reading this very interesting thing that we have always been, criticizing rituals in religion. But there was this very interesting study which said that if you have one or two rituals, early in the morning, especially, it actually creates a kind of a psychological safety that everything is uncertain in my life, but this is something which is certain, in my life. This is, no matter what, this is going to happen. So it actually gives us a kind of a psychological safety. So rituals have become maybe important in the VUCA world. So over to you, Shaila.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Dr. Amit. So I would like to introduce myself. My name is Shaila Shri. I'm spelled Shilla. So I run an executive search firm. I've been in this industry for quite some time now. But 2013, I became an entrepreneur myself, started my own executive search firm. I work with a lot of entrepreneurs. Some of them are just startups, and some of them are mature startups, and most of them are evolved, and they're about 40 years, 50 years in the industry. But what was constant for me was all the entrepreneurs, whether they were from startups or a 400 crore company or a 10,000 crore company, all of them are stumped. All the entrepreneurs kind of just said, I don't know what to do at this situation. Of course, the IT industry, the knowledge industry prevailed well, and some of the industries, they actually didn't know what to do. While the IT industry did well, Aarti was telling that some of the organizations did extremely well, but the first 6 months, I'm sure Aarti also was wondering, I mean, she has to sustain paying the salaries for the next 12 months and 18 months. So everybody went through that shock saying, what do I do? Do I hold the salary? Do I hold my capital? Or do I start spending and hiring people? So what happened was the first 6 months, nobody knew. India didn't know. None of the entrepreneurs predicted. Nobody knew it. So after the 6th month, kind of we eased out, and every entrepreneur said, okay, I know that we can work from home and I can still pay salaries. So that kind of situation started. So some of the businesses, while we were talking of this, some businesses did extremely well. Teleconsulting did well, medical consulting did well, knowledge industry, e-commerce, there was a boom. Nobody wanted to cook at home because there were 5 people sitting at home, and people were working 24/7 all days of the week. And so e-commerce did well. People started buying things, salaries were given, and there was no expenditure, no travel, nothing. So they were sitting on cash, and the only thing which happened was e-commerce. While that was happening, hospitality industry hit very well. Some of the industries, when I said which didn't do well, was hospitality. Then the real estate, and infrastructure, which contributed a huge which contributes to the economy, kind of went to a standstill because there were no workers working in any of the projects. Everybody started walking home. There are documentaries in Netflix saying how Indian workers actually walked home 500 kilometers and 600 kilometers. So the demand hit all-time low and nobody knew what was happening. Business momentum came to a standstill. Businesses had to start from scratch. Some of the businesses, they were mature starters, but they all went back and they had to start because they didn't know where the revenue was coming. There was no predictability of revenue. So raising funds and adding to all this factor, raising funds because they didn't have money and they all paid salaries. Some of them after the 6th month, of course, the entrepreneurs took a cut, the senior management took a cut in their salaries. And of course, each industry, reacted very differently. They wanted to this was also they took as a excuse to wean away a lot of people who they didn't want to be in their organizations. So all kind of adjustments happened during that time. But on the whole, I think the first 6 months was unpredictable, but afterwards, things kind of people got used to, entrepreneurs got used to the unpredictability, and things went on well.
Right. So Vaishali, what is your take on how startups and entrepreneurs handle volatility?
First off, I think, everything that Ganga, Arti and Shaila have said is basically summed up the entire situation. I think all of us have, really lived through this. We've seen, from various parts, the media has sort of showed us so many things. We've experienced, of course, hospitality, real estate, these industries were affected. For me, manufacturing was a big thing because those, that sectors were our customers. And suddenly, the teams we were talking to, the teams we were working with, the entire teams disappeared. They were furloughed, they were laid off. The industry came to a standstill, and we were in a place where, and it wasn't just that initial period, right? It was also pretty much all of that year and also into last year. And if you actually look at it, I think the volatility of the situation is still continuing, right? We'll probably after, there was a meme recently where they showed, your entire arms covered with vaccine jabs. God knows till which variant this thing is going to keep coming back. Now they're saying June something else will happen. And of course now with the global sort of situation, the political situation, this is something that I don't think has really sort of stabilized as such ever since all of this, began in 2020. And, but that said, I think one of the interesting things we've seen is, of course, the digitization aspect, which you brought up, right? We've seen a big shift there. And at some level, I think that's helped us coming from that, sort of that background where we're trying to push augmented and virtual reality solutions to the industry. And a lot of them were at a level where they were not even cloud friendly. And suddenly everybody had to rush and, and have infrastructure in place to have Zoom meetings, and it was just not there before that because they just didn't need it. Everything was physical, everything was on premise. So I think at some level, it did speed up a lot of things like this, say, with the fifth industrial revolution, how sort of the age of creativity, some of that probably has come in faster. The manufacturing sector as a whole has become more digitization friendly, so to speak. But that said, at least for us, I feel like one of the other things has been that priorities have changed. How certain things were looked at before all of this started and how things are looked upon now are very different. In our own businesses, we see that this hybrid approach of working from home and going to office is going to become the new normal, right? At least I personally don't think we're ever going to go back to how things were in terms of only working from office or only working from home. It's changed. Now, fundamentally, things have changed. And similarly, business priorities have changed. So, in manufacturing sector, for example, with some of our customers, and just to give you context, essentially what our product Red does is it allows, manufacturing sector, these organizations to be able to take their existing CAD data and then create training sequences out of it using our software, using Red. and then they can export it in a virtual augmented mixed reality scenario, or see it as a 3D sort of experience on their computers. Now this itself this entire thing has taken a backseat because training is not a priority anymore. People aren't really being hired. The existing people are probably working, working remotely. So much has changed now that the entire training sort of industry, so to speak, within the manufacturing sector has been reprioritized. So we saw that, right? I mean, we saw that shift in priority. So that's one of the things that really sort of came out of the entire situation. And now, apart from this, I think even the way or perspectives of people towards certain things has completely shifted. I mean, one aspect of even in the larger ecosystem today, if we see, and this is something that you were talking about, right? This rituals concept. I mean, psychologically, of course, for a long time, there has been this idea that people who are very organized, who are very neat, who have at some level even some sort of OCD around, keeping things in order, probably do that because their lives are so chaotic. So they need order in some place. They need to bring controls at some places in their lives. And I think a lot of us saw that during the pandemic. Suddenly Facebook was full of people cooking and then people are taking up spiritual practices. And in fact, the World Economic Forum did a survey for Indian entrepreneurs, and they found that almost 60% started finding solace in spiritual or religious beliefs. About 58% started exercising every day for half an hour. Like, a lot of things change because people are trying to bring some order in their lives, with the chaos around them. And I think that's something very similar to to what we're also seeing with startups. So the ones who've survived, who've managed to sort of continue, they've taken the calls that they need to in order to survive, in order to be able to thrive and go to the next level. And the ones who weren't able to have realized that this is not the time, shut shop, move on. Of course, over the last month or so, I mean, I personally have seen suddenly, like, LinkedIn was full of so many companies going IPO, Series B funding and all of that. But the other side of the coin is, Series A funding has actually dropped 60% this year, right? It's become more difficult to get Series A funding. And so many startups have shut down. In my sector, in virtual reality, augmented reality, I know so many companies which have shut down globally. So there's always that flip side of this situation. And of course, we don't see the whole picture that's presented to us in any sort of news article also that we would read. But it's important to keep in mind that at the end of the day, as entrepreneurs, I think one of our biggest strengths is that we have the ability to sort of take things in our stride and move. We have more agility than bigger organization. That is basically what probably has gotten us through this period and will continue to. But it's important to do what feels right for you instead of sort of giving into that peer pressure that we have to continue, keep sailing the sinking boat, or we have to do things in a certain way, or we have to, I mean, it's sort of like you really have to and this is probably where I think meditation also helps. Just sort of go inside and figure out what's best for you to handle this situation, and we're already equipped to do that as entrepreneurs.
Right. I think, Vaishali, sometimes I feel entrepreneurship, creates humility in you. Because so many of businesses, like one of my friend, she writes her designation as, she's a podcaster and she writes Chief Everything Officer. So, so many of us start as Chief Everything Officer, and, it actually, makes us humble also, because you work at the ground level. You don't have people to, give instructions all the time. Okay, so I am bringing an interesting aspect to the discussion. So many new jargon we have heard, since the beginning of the pandemic. Which of these jargons you feel are a fad, and which of these concepts you feel are going to stay for a long time? So I'm sharing some of these jargons. One jargon I read 2 days back, it's not about work from home anymore. It is work from anywhere, which is actually similar to, the digital nomad concept, which has already come pre-pandemic. Then this new word, combination of physical plus digital, which we now call as phygital. The third, interesting word which I have heard is, since now, so many resorts are advertising that come here and work from our resort. So the new term workcation. So you have work plus vacation at the same time. So what about, your views on these jargons and these concepts? Are they fads and, which are going to stay for a long time? Aarti?
Well, I think all of the jargons that you throw at us, those are going to stay. That's the post-pandemic effect, because I don't think we are, as my company also, we cannot have everybody come to office all 5 days a week. It is going to be the hybrid model, and that's what we have come to terms with. And stay vacation, workation, all these terms. I mean, as long as you have a very good internet connection and a good Wi-Fi, pretty much I do not care where you're sitting. It's just the matter of how well you're delivering. So all these jargons are here to stay, and for good. I mean, for working moms, it's a blessing. I mean, yes, of course, there's for everything there is a flip side, and I'll talk about it when we go forward. But I think all of these are going to stay, and for working moms and working parents, it's kind of a blessing that they are able to spend so much time with kids and work from anywhere.
Yes, Ganga, what about you?
I think that's beautifully put it. So the other jargons which are really here to stay from my perspective is pivot. I mean, the agility factor which Vaishali was talking about, this pivot is here to stay. I mean, we are in so when you talk about VUCA world, it's nothing but ability to really pivot and stay relevant. And another very critical jargon which is here to stay for, I think, eternity is burn rate, cash flows, because that's something which is really important for these, startups where they have to, I mean, and any discussion, the first question we ask them is, what's your burn rate? And, how long can you sustain? So like I have a 12 month, I have a 6 month. These are some statements which is here to stay, and I think it's and as I think entrepreneurs or people mentoring startups or the startup ecosystem, these are things we have to time and again reinforce it and drive it back. Besides all those jargons which you stated.
Yes, Shaila.
Yeah. So Amit, my only challenge as an entrepreneur myself, and for all entrepreneurs, is talent. Okay, I don't have people here. I just want people. Okay, so for me, all these jargons doesn't matter. Please, you work from Timbuktu, but please come and work. All that I'm asking is, please come and join organizations, because we are in recruitment and we are looking at. Every day I have 5 people declining, from a CEO to COO to just a 5-year or 8-year, somebody with 5 years experience. Every day we have 5 declines. So I am struggling with working with entrepreneurs, and I'm facing the same. So I'm saying you take a vacation, do whatever it is, but please come and work. That's all I'm going to say here. Yeah, thank you.
So, Shaila, you reminded me of Henry Ford's quote. So, he said that you can have the car of any color as long as it is black.
Yeah.
So, like you said,
right, Amit. Yeah, I just said, do whatever jargon you want to, but please come and work. Please take offers and ensure that you join virtually or you go and work there. I don't care, but please join. Yeah, that's about it.
So, startups will maybe continue to grow as long as there is talent and more talent.
Yeah, talent. But we have a lack of talent. So that's where it is.
Right. So Vaishali, what is your take?
I just wanted to pick up on something that Shaila said. This thing about talent, it's so interesting. On one hand, we hear that there's so many unemployed people. India is seeing the most unemployment it's ever seen, and the whole thing is being politicized. And then on the other side, I keep hearing that people are not getting jobs, people are not finding the right talent. I'm like, where is the mismatch? It's like this forever thing that I keep hearing with with bachelors also, right? People are like, oh, there are no girls, and then the girls are like, there are no boys, and the matchmakers are like, how do we bring you all together? That's hilarious. But yeah, I mean, going back to your the jargon bit, I mean, jargons have, like, especially me coming from deep tech, I mean, I'm so used to jargon, like all kinds of jargon all the time. In fact, I use so many jargons. Every time I say VR, MR, XR, people are like, acha, ye sab hota kya? Itna realities, like, what are they? I mean, it's just some sort of like multi-dimensional reality. Now we're hearing metaverse, NFTs, cryptocurrency, Bitcoin, this, that. I mean, there's so many terms that keep popping, that are being thrown at us all the time. And of course, MBA, I mean, no offense, but, MBA is sort of, sort of like the king of producing jargons into the world. So, so I think everybody's used to this. And now, of course, with this whole thing, phygital and staycations and work from home, work from anywhere, all of this, as I was saying earlier, I think it's become like this new normal concept. Personally, for me, I just don't understand what a vacation is, because I can't work in a vacation. Like, I just can't. You show me beautiful skies and beautiful views, I'll be like, how do I focus on the computer? I can't. I mean, it's just something that doesn't work. Or you divide it. So if I go to a place, then certain number of hours I'm working, okay, and then the other part is sort of like where I'm enjoying the place and the scenery, etc. But it's not really the same. So I think, again, for every individual, the way you function, how is it optimal for you? I mean, for me personally, again, I can't do everything virtually. I mean, in spite of having been in the VR sector, I'm a very in-person person. I want to meet people, I want to have meetings in person. I want to I would prefer a in-person meeting over a Zoom or a phone call. And I would actually like going to work and going to a physical place and sort of separate place, which is not my home, and not like every day I'm like doing everything in the same place, so that's a personal preference. So I think people are more or less figuring out what works for them, how they are most productive. And, like Shaila was saying, at the end of the day, whatever happens, I mean, this is what I need, So, and I think companies have also pretty much figured that out. I mean, they're saving money on their physical offices. And also they're probably getting more time from the employee. Now, as soon as you wake up at 7 a.m., you're looking at your phone, replying to emails. You're in bed at 10, people are like replying to emails. So even that work window has increased. There's no concept of log in and log off, so to speak, right? You're sort of always on call now. So that's also something that has come up from this flexibility of working from anywhere. And this is something that I guess a lot of organizations are also seeing as being counterproductive to the work efficacy. And now so many organizations are bringing in mental health trainings, and they're bringing in like well-being trainings, and how do you sort of take care of yourself, because employees are actually burning out at that level. And with this whole sort of working all the time thing. So yeah, I think we'll kind of reach a place where we imbibe these jargons into our own lives and see what works best for us. But they're all here to stay. I mean, it'll probably tomorrow it'll be called something else. Phygital will become metaverse. I personally think we're already all in the metaverse. We just aren't seeing it because digital has not yet overridden the physical aspect. But yeah.
Right. So, in fact, I wanted to discuss one more dimension, before we move to complexity. How do entrepreneurs motivate themselves, and how do they motivate their team? And I think, one part of the question, which I think I would also like to know from all of you is, how do you handle the stress? Because entrepreneurship is definitely more challenging than a job, in the sense that in job, if you are fired, you are at zero income. But in entrepreneurship, you can be in negative income, you can be under debt because you have taken loans. So entrepreneurship will definitely have more stress, so how to stay motivated in spite of that, stress or challenge, whatever you prefer calling it. So yeah, over to you, Aarti.
Well, yeah, good question. I mean, how do I handle stress? Well, I do not handle stress well. That's all I can say. But as Vaishali or you were mentioning, doing exercise, doing my puja every morning. I have certain rituals in the morning and rituals before going to bed. And and this is a reality. And how do I motivate? Like Vaishali and Shaila was talking about. I mean, yes, this physical work from home. Recently we had a Women's Day in office, and there are a lot of young moms who cannot wait to come to office 5 days a week. I mean, they are just fried up with in-laws in house, with husband in house, with kids, with cooking, with working. They're like, Aarti, when are we starting the office, like pre-COVID times, because we need kind of a adult discussion among women, among our establish the camaraderie. So, I see, and, we are 400. So, I mean, and, believe me, actually, I don't know how, but people in my company, I mean, there were, I think last year, 2021, we had highest number of weddings in the company. I don't know, certainly after, the pandemic they decided to kind of, okay, we cannot wait anymore. So 2020, and how do I motivate people? I mean, my HR had a tough time because because of the uncertainty and the pressure of the pandemic itself, right? I mean, right now also I have 2 oxygen generators at my office. Not a touchwood, we did not need it, but with the waves and with such a big team, we didn't know what else to do because the hospitals weren't available, and that was the most stressful period. My HR was going nuts because of course the talent was working, but there is always a human side to any business, and that is, I think, the toughest part because you are involved in it day and out. If somebody is sick, somebody's family member is sick, it's kind of a family and you kind of are attached so much. So it's, as an entrepreneur, it's very difficult, it's very stressful, but having said so, it gives a sort of a satisfaction that you are helping somebody. When you are able to help as a group, it gives immense satisfaction. And the other thing is, I've worked in BFI sector all my life. I mean, I've done data analytics, EDW, all the jargons, and I've worked for the BFSI sector. But right now, I'm working for the life sciences companies in drug discovery. So that itself was a motivator for my team because, we were building platforms which these pharma companies were using for vaccine discovery as well. I mean, of course, it is a very, we have a stringent NDA, so I cannot mention, but having said so, the whole team was kind of pumped up because we are in drug discovery. After all, I mean, in a pandemic, the world saw vaccine in 1.5 years, which is unheard of. I mean, as humanity, we have grown, and that's all because of the digital, the machine learning, and the AI. And the team was upbeat because they felt that somewhere they're part of this journey of vaccine creation and drug discovery.
Right, Ganga. So what's your take on it?
So I again will share my experience. I think when you're looking at stress, the current days entrepreneurs. So I come from a early stage startup scenario, certainly not like the ones who are there for 5 years, 10 years. I'm looking at 2 years, 3 years, that kind of early stage. Like I told you, they're very, very fresh and they're like excited and passionate and stuff like that. So when you look at stress, typically in a scenario where things don't go their way, so the typical stresses are, one is like the stress of the decision they have taken in terms of giving up a good corporate career to this. So the family, how will the family react? Or like, we have questions like, "Arey, aap kya kar rahe ho? Pura din laptop mein baithe rehte ho. Kya ho raha hai?" Yeah, it's like the girl is 24, 25 years, and suddenly there's this pressure of shadi, and she's at the peak of her career in terms of the technology and stuff. So, those kind of things are one level of stress. So, and typically we have seen in any startup, be it a life science startup or deep tech startup. So life science startups take at least 5-7 years to really, after the regulatory approval, etc., to really hit the market. A deep tech startup typically take 3 years on a very idealistic scenario. So this 3 years is really is the burn period for these entrepreneurs to keep them going. So one is that challenge. So there, that's when we kind of, if you talk of that journey from, the stage they have kind of created the innovation or they've tested at the lab to the journey till they've reached the market. So we call that an incubation journey. That's why we play a very critical role. So the process of really in transforming their innovation mindset to an entrepreneur mindset, that's the key. Because so far they've been so technologically driven, they're in a simulated atmosphere where people are like-minded people are there, they talk the same language, probably they're, they get the support from all ends, etc. Suddenly when they're put in the market, it's like putting the baby in the pool not knowing how to swim. And all kinds of things working around them. So how do they deal with it? So this journey of 3 years is a lot to do, with the mindset where they have to first of all fathom the fact that they are in a very challenging profession. It's not going to be a bed of roses, and it's good to fail. Yeah, that's. I mean, it's fine if you fail because I think that's a taboo or that's the social stigma generally. We all tend to carry. So in Sign, we've had startups where we've helped them pivot because of that stage of failure. We have helped collaborations. We have had situations where startups have not taken off. We found that the founder is fantastic in his, in his skill, in his technology. We kind of find a co-founder. So as a incubator, we try our best to keep the motivation levels high. But after a point, it's just the entrepreneur who has to take it and move, right? Up to a point, right? So that's when they get exposed. So the mindset of accepting that these things are bound to happen, talking to people, taking, we also connect with some very wonderful people from the industry. So they have to be open to really listening to people with experience and saying that, hey, this is something which will go past. This is a serious issue. This is something which you need to utilize. You need to change. A leadership quality in terms of having to delegate. So a lot of things come into play, right? So if the mindset is slowly kind of, opened up, stresses get managed. I don't say you can avoid stress. It has to get managed, and with all the techniques which all of you put together. So some of it so not all of them become entrepreneurs. So it's like peeling off their skin, right? So an innovator might choose to remain an innovator saying, hey, this is not my cup of tea. Too many people management, interpersonal skills, kafi kuch aa jata hai. So boss, I'm very happy with my R&D, my lab, my research. So let me be here. Then we tell them, hey, then you focus on technology transfer. Don't get into business side. But if you want to build a business from a product to a business, then you need to really get into that mindset where failures hoga, girenge, uthenge. So the resilience factor is something which they need to really build up over a period of time.
So, Shaila, before we proceed, there was one Facebook post I read years ago, and it touched my heart so deeply. This was a post from Professor Somesh Singh. I think all of you would connect with that, deeply. So he writes, in India, to be an entrepreneur is just impossible. Because firstly, the family keeps telling you to keep doing a job. Secondly, the system or government has no respect for innovative ideas. Whatever is age old is safe, and why is there a need to do any work at all? Thirdly, friends believe taking risk is a suicide, and known ones run off thinking this guy is gonna ask for some loan or help. Fourthly, finance is always an issue as one will never have sufficient money. So kudos to all such beings who created an empire in such an ecosystem. Maybe in the past few years, the startup ecosystem in itself is becoming stronger, or things may have changed. So over to you, Shaila.
Yeah. So I have a different side of stress during the pandemic. One was my personal stress, okay? I've never stayed at home ever in my life. I can't even think in the last 30 years when I stayed for a morning 6 o'clock till late night. I've never stayed. So I actually don't know how to deal with it. And you'll have hazard guys coming and ringing your doorbell. And I don't know who is ringing my bell and why are they ringing my bell. So this went on for a couple of days. So that was my stress. And there were calls coming, this one happening. Suddenly when milk fellow is coming at 12 o'clock in the afternoon saying that there's something missing. And then, of course, enough and more e-commerce. There were a whole lot of things coming. So that was one part of the stress. The second part of the stress was my employees. So we had a timing. We start the day at 9:30. There's a call. We touch base again at 11:30. Then again at 4 o'clock. Then we end the day. And they call in between. I get so scared, Amit. I always think they're going to put down their papers. I don't know. I am literally living in that fear for the last 2 years because there's so many opportunities for them. Okay, that's another stress from being an entrepreneur myself. Then the last 2 years has been, I'm working with entrepreneurs, right? I've had so many, one is professional. So I had a mature startup which broke, the two partners, and painful, they broke so badly that I had to take a side, and it was very painful for me because when they started the organization, I was part of the business. I built the business along with them, or I helped them to build the business. So that was very painful. That was one of the stories which just took a toll on the entire. And then all these entrepreneurs, the CEOs, have never stayed at home. So they're having huge problems with their wives.
Okay, this is the biggest social problem, and they don't know whom to talk to. So I became a therapist for them. Some of them I became a therapist because they didn't know what to do. Some of them were working from first floor, ground floor, children learning, but they just have never stayed at home. So they don't know. They're not able to connect. Now, after 20 years, you suddenly want to connect with your wife every day, morning, afternoon, night. There's no connection because you were coming back home at the end of the week and life was so perfect. Okay, but now they don't know how to deal with this. So I became a therapist. So my stresses were at multiple levels. Sorry, so I went through my own stress. So unlike Aarti and Ganga, I had this kind of stress. So just to bring a human to this conversation. Yeah, thank you.
So Shaila, you reminded me of a very interesting story I read in a newspaper long back. And the headline was so shocking, so surprising. The headline was, Japanese couples who go on a sea cruise end up in divorce. Japanese couples, when they go on a sea cruise, now, you know, why going on a sea cruise and watching such beautiful ocean, how do you end up in divorce? So it's very shocking headline. Now, I read the story. Now, Japanese men are extra hardworking and they rarely spend time with their family. And because when they go on a sea cruise and they have to spend a lot of time with their spouse or wife, there is a lot of argument, and the argument gets to that level that there is a very high rate of divorce post the ending of the sea cruise. So, Vaishali, what is your take on all this?
Wow. I mean, yeah, I think everything's already been pretty much covered. I mean, and it's quite sad actually if you look at it. I mean, in fact, with the Japan example, I remember reading that in the last couple of years, there were more deaths in Japan, because of suicide than because of COVID, which is a huge statistic, because literally like people are going, they're so unhappy that they're ending lives. And in fact, statistically, depression all over the world has increased in the last couple of years. People have reached places where, where you're just not in a mentally good place for whatever reason, including being in the family for this much time and not having an escape or, a recourse outside, change of scenario, environment. And which is also, I think, why in India, at least, I mean, I actually physically saw this with my eyes, like suddenly, as soon as anything opened, people are taking off in droves on holidays and weekend trips and, all kinds of crazy things as if, there's no pandemic at all. So, that frustration. So I think for me as well, one of the interesting things that happened is, I mean, I've always been very spiritually inclined, and I've had this sort of I've had certain rituals and practices that I've always done. But I think that period, where in 2020 when it all began, and in fact I was at that time when all this happened, I was in an Ayurvedic retreat with my mother, and we got stuck together for 3 months, and that was like, and I haven't lived with her after I was 18, like I left home at 18 and I've just not lived with her. And it was this period where we were sort of together and we sort of rediscovered our relationship, so to speak. And we were sort of stuck in this place in the lockdown. Of course, we were quite fortunate as well because there were other people. So we were one of the few, I think, people in the world who were not like just stuck indoors. We actually had other people around us, because all of us were like marooned at that place. But I think picking up a lot of meditation practices, finding more time to connect with nature, with valuing and bringing more gratitude in my life, feeling more thankful for a lot of things, the good things which are continuing, and then feeling so privileged, like when I would see those or read those news articles about people walking miles and miles to get home. I mean, it broke my heart, because I'm sitting here with all my privilege and I'm having first world problems of aaj bartan kaun dhoega, and again I have to like cook, and again I have to do this. And the reality of like the majority population in my country is that they're just trying to get home. So I think a lot of it, like for me, becoming more attuned to my privileges and the things that I have rather than what I don't have, that really helped. That puts so many things in perspective. I know it's cliched, but this idea of the glass half full, half empty, really it's just perspective. I mean, I always like to say, when you imagine like a twister, like a tornado, if you look at it from the top, it might look like it's going clockwise. You look at the same thing from the bottom, it's going anti-clockwise. The only thing that's shifted is your perspective. It's the same thing, right? And so I think a lot of that really helped me deal with things on the personal front, with things on the work front, with everything that was going on. And I was also able to take certain decisions, which, and like Aarti was saying earlier, right, that it becomes like a family. Their problems become your problems. Everything is so personalized, and especially like, when you start, at least for me, I feel that, when you start something, it's almost like you're so attached to it. A lot of its failures and successes you make yours, and that also gets into this entire cycle of taking on too much responsibility on yourself. I mean, for example, if the company has debt, it's not actually that I have debt, right? Or if it's the company which is doing XYZ, it's not necessarily that I am doing it. But we tend to take it that way. In fact, for me, a lot of the debt situation in the company was very personal, and I sort of made it like, I don't want to sort of do this with anybody's money. I don't want to create these losses. I don't want people to go through this, blah, blah, blah. So a lot of it was so personalized. And then that also reflected in the way I was dealing with things, like not being able to, the idea of not giving salary, for example, was almost like, I can't do that. I was willing to take like I wouldn't take salary, or I would take, I was always the last person to be paid in the company, and it's funny, like, the chief everything officer, right? I'm the last person to take salary, and at some level, I'm not judging it as right or wrong, but it's just how it was, and that just created so much more stress, especially in this entire situation. And just trying to survive and getting by. And at one point, actually, we took the call to give up our physical office space, because we're paying money that could actually go towards salaries. We don't need that right now. And then going forward, we can always just continue this work from home thing. And then, of course, at some level, it also reached, and I think, Shaila was talking about this constant fear of them quitting, and then there's a project, and how do we fulfill it? And, at some points, we also found ourselves in these blackmail situations where you have to increase salary in this time period, because people are entitled, and they're like, we'll leave if we don't get more money. And you have to sort of figure out things around that as well. So all kinds of things. And I think really, like, what helped me keep my head above water, of course, is and somebody mentioned this, right? Therapists. I think my therapist was, or probably like therapists all over. I think it's really sort of, they've sort of really been flourishing in these last couple of years, and not to sort of take what they do lightheartedly. It's very, very difficult. And also my mentors, I think I was so grateful that they were there, because I think I often abuse them also as therapists. Just like, sort of, on-call therapist. But yeah, I think those perspectives really helped. And then being able to take time out for myself and start dissociating a little bit from the company and looking at myself as an individual, and not like, everything that's happening in the company is not my fault, and not making my imposter syndrome like 10x of what it was. I think those are some of the things that I learned as lessons coming out of this entire thing. And yeah, and just sort of finding little rituals in my day which helped me sort of keep myself sane, doing whatever it takes, whether it's therapy, whether it's taking a walk, whether it's tuning to nature, whether it's buying plants and like taking care of plants, like whatever it is. Whatever. Yeah. So that really helped.
Right. So in fact, my relationship with my dad improved during the lockdown, because there was no running away. You had to sit and you had to sort out things. So maybe, that was the positive side of the pandemic. So now we will have the rapid fire, and then we will have maybe shorter discussions on the UCA aspects, because, in any case, we have discussed most of the things. So in the rapid fire, we will go according to the alphabetical, which I see on the screen also. So Aarti will answer first, and then Ganga, and then Shaila, and then Vaishali. So the first question. According to you, technology is an enabler or disruptor?
Disruptor. I'm a deep tech, I run a deep tech company, and I like to believe it's a disruptor, because, like look at EV, look at any technology. The entry barrier for any startup is so low if you have a very good innovation and a product. So I believe technology is a disruptor.
Right. Ganga, so let's be quick in the rapid fire.
Yeah, so for me, technology is a strategy. It's not disruptor, not enabler, it's strategy.
Shaila.
Yeah, I think it's both a disruptor and an enabler. Depending on which industry we are talking, I think it's both. So that's my take.
I would say enabler. I've changed my perspective over the years. I've realized nobody gives a shit about what the tech is. They just want things to work. So yeah, so tech is an enabler.
Okay. So second question, what is more challenging for you as an entrepreneur, starting a venture or scaling a venture? Aarti?
I mean, anybody can start and stop, but scaling is where you're put to a task, and the world is watching you. So scaling, of course.
Okay, Ganga.
Whatever I've seen, I think is definitely scaling, as Aarti said, but starting also is challenging because there's a huge mindset change. Not all innovators become entrepreneurs.
Shaila.
Yeah, I think scaling up, because starting, now you go to a 20-year-old, they have an idea. 17-year-old also has an idea now. And their parents are rich, so they can all invest. So everybody can start. But, scaling up is a challenge for a 10 million company or 1 million to 100 million company. Scaling up is a challenge for all of them.
Okay,
Yeah, I would actually, I mean, both are very challenging and they have different challenges, but I have this 0 to 1 thing, that crossing the chasm idea. I think that is the most difficult part. So it's not the starting, it's not the scaling. I think the most difficult bit is that space where you need that escape velocity, to get to that. I think that's the biggest challenge, I think, for any entrepreneur. Once that bit is done, I think there's this sort of sense of relief. But till you're through that, I mean, I think that probably perspective-wise is the most challenging.
So a famous person has commented that AI is the last thing to be invented by humanity. After AI, everything will be invented by AI. So keeping that in mind, is AI a boon or a curse for humanity, Aarti?
Well, we are yet to, I mean, we'll see. Only time can tell. I mean, I hope it's a boon, but I mean, with so many countries investing in AI and all the geopolitical, dynamics, I don't know. It can be a curse as well. I really, fingers crossed. Hopefully, it is a boon for humanity, for us.
Ganga.
So, Aarti, right now it's a boon. Only time will tell.
Okay, Shaila.
Yeah, so AI is a boon, definitely. But for my business, it may be a boon because people may not stop hiring and everything can go. So that's kind of worrying. But otherwise, AI is a boon as of now. Yeah.
Vaishali.
I personally think it's neither. It's humans that we have to think about, right? We have a way of making everything into a curse. So, it's how we use it. I mean, AI, you can use it to create deep fakes, or you can use it, for climate change and to conserve crops, or, to sort of stop poaching. So it's really like how we use it. And I don't know if you guys have seen The Matrix, but Agent Smith actually says there, right, that humans are the only species that he's seen which are basically like parasites. I mean, they only know how to take and destroy. And that's what we're seeing in the world around us. I mean, anything can be used in ways which are good or bad, but it's really, I think the thing here is us, how we use it.
In fact, Australia has already created a position of AI Safety Commissioner, so that the public safety is ensured in AI invention. So next question is work from home good or bad for productivity, Aarti?
I think, as far as I have a team of 400 plus now, and, productivity hasn't taken a backseat. So it's good. I mean, I won't say good, but then no change, work from home or in the office, no change really.
Okay, Ganga.
I stay in Mumbai. So for us, it's definitely improved significantly because the traffic, etc., is definitely out there. But I think it's impacted the morale, like what, Aarti was talking about. The office atmosphere has a very different, experience, and it contributes so positively. So somewhere it does hit the morale. I would not say productivity, but at least hit the morale. But otherwise, in a place like Mumbai, yes, there is. I mean, productivity is.
Okay, Shaila.
So work from home worked well for my business because and my employees. However, it's such an oxymoron because I find my employees, they're just working from morning, evening, then the cooking and the kids are there. I know they would have been happier if they were working. But it's working well for me, but they would have been happier if they had come to work. That is very sure. Yeah.
So people are asking now for a new leave, break from spouse.
Yeah, break from spouse, break from work. But they become free with maids and cooks and everything. And it's very difficult. It's sad, actually. And the family, the social system is not supporting them. I think it's 2 years is good. Now we all want to go back.
Yeah, Vaishali.
Yeah, I agree with Shaila. I think work from anywhere, of course, is productive, but I feel that hybrid approach is the best scenario right now. Like neither completely work from home, neither completely work from office. I think the hybrid approach is probably what's going to be sustainable and work best going forward.
Right. So I have made a tricky question easy for you, actually. So I am asking you, is government of India and state governments doing enough for the startup ecosystem? So I'm using the word government in general, so you are not targeting, any particular government in that sense. So is government doing enough for the startup ecosystem? Aarti? Are governments doing enough?
So, to be frank, I have done everything the hard way. I mean, I'm self-funded, I bootstrap Modak, whatever I've reached, not a single penny from anybody. I was just on my own, learned everything the hard way. I mean, left the corporate, came into startup system and, didn't take a dime. So, I'm not very closely associated with the startup system per se. I wish I had time to. I mean, it's wish I could devote time. But having said so, I read so many articles from state government. I mean, every day on newspaper, there is something going on with the V Hub, T Hub and all that stuff. So I think, there is enough of momentum that the government is having and they are supporting. So I think they are doing enough as per me.
Ganga, I think you should go ahead because I think Amit's dropped off. So
yeah, I'm back. Ganga.
Good one, Vaishali. So yes, can I request Shaila and Vaishali, the entrepreneurs, to say, then I can step into this question with your permission, Amit.
Yeah, so I can take it because during COVID time, a lot of SME clients of mine were actually supported. That is very sure because the government came with many plans, moratoriums and all of that. It really supported many entrepreneurs. Personally, no, because I had not taken any support. While I know a lot of women entrepreneurs were actually used this moratorium and it helped, both the central and the state government helped them to retain their business, retain salaries. So it kind of, even the banks, for example, they could really help, the working capital, they managed to hold it without any extra collaterals. So I think this phase was handled very well by the government. Yeah.
Vaishali.
Yeah, I think Ganga was quite smart to pass it on to us. I would say that there's a difference between saying and doing, and I think that gap is something that our government and any government, to be honest, is always grappling with. The classic example is all these startup funds that are being infused into the system. And every time you actually, and correct me if I'm wrong, people on the panel, but every time that I have tried to dig into, okay, which department is actually handing these so-called crores of funds, people are just like, we don't know. Like, one department says we're not handling it, another department says we're not handling it. Who the hell is handling it? Where is that money? It's announced every time. It's always accounted for. Where is it going? Who has it? Like, that is just, it's like, you can announce schemes, you can announce things, but the pathway to actually getting it to the right people or the implementation aspect is just ignored. And that, I think, is something that definitely needs to change. Of course, that said, there are certain, again, like this is announcement, right? Like recently with this whole semiconductor drama that happened, the government sanctioned like a 76,000 crore incentive to the industry. Now, I don't know how much of that has gone where, but the announcement was there. So,
No,
There's
I
actually
can tell you where it went, Vaishali, mostly to Reliance and Adani. So please be there. Both of them got most of it. Yeah.
Well, you hit the nail on the head, right? So it's really, I mean, in fact, yesterday I was watching this really inspirational video. She builds, so it was the story of Animal, like the two female founders, and they would, they were just sort of sharing their journey. I think Sequoia is sort of giving them this platform. So one of the founders actually at some point she said, we've seen that there are more stupid people than ill-intentioned people in our journey, and that just stuck with me because it's interesting because honestly the intentions may be great, but some of the most foolish things are done with well-placed intentions, right? So yeah, I mean, I think that there's a gap between what is actually declared or announced or intended, and then between it actually coming down and being infused in the system. There's a huge gap there. That said, I know there are people who have partaken of grants, etc. In fact, some of my friends who have startups who have been incubated by IIT Bombay, they've gotten a lot of grants, and there are people who are able to use some of these schemes, but I think for the larger ecosystem, a lot of it is still in the air, and God knows where it's actually going and how to access it or how to get to it. And even like the policies that are announced, I mean, for example, I remember we were trying to import a headset, like a mixed reality headset, the HoloLens, and one of our customers was sending it to us because in India, if you get any of these hardware devices, there's so many import duties that they collect on it, right? So what we basically did is we were borrowing our customer's device from another country, and we were going to put the software on it and send it back. That process, I mean, just getting that device out of customs, I personally went at least like 4 times to the customs department, to the actual go down, and we helped them sort of go through their rules and their policies and find which ones it needs to come under for us to be able to get it out. And we still ended up paying a bomb. I mean, the whole thing was ridiculous. I mean, there are all these things which they say we're going to ease this and we're going to ease that for startups, and but basic things like this, when it actually comes down to the ground, there are no provisions. And when we asked for, some sort of a subsidy, that this was not our fault, they basically fined us for the number of days that that headset was not leaving the customs. And that fine, I personally went and requested the, the customs commissioner, and she said, there is no provision under which we can subsidize this for you. There's no provision under which we can say, we understand it was our fault. We didn't know which section to give this to you under. So we just can't do that, right? So some of these things, and of course a lot of startups, we keep hearing in the groups, the tax issues and the penalties and the fines because of compliance that we may not be aware of, or these extremely sort of archaic rules which should be changed when it comes to startups. I think a lot of that is not there. At least the definition of startups, from my understanding, has changed recently. I think now it's 7 years. You're a startup if you're within 7 years of whatever, and there are other definitions around it as well, but which is a good change, I think. But but still, I think a lot on the actual implementation and getting it, that last mile delivery sort of needs to be focused on, and the government probably, I mean, I'm not saying you need to do everything, you need to get the right organizations to actually channel it in the right ways. I mean, there are so many industry bodies already out there. Let's sort of figure out how to use them.
Right. So I think I heard a phrase or proverb that government thrives on delay. So more the possibility of delay, more the bribe can be charged, more the government can thrive through that. So Ganga, any take before we move on?
So it was good to hear perspectives from the three of them. So I come from, so what Vaishali said is pretty much true in the sense, like, so there are 2-3 stages. So one is like, she explained the process of grant. So today there we're seeing the policymakers playing a very significant role. So I would have spoken exactly the way, it was shared in terms of, we don't know where the money is going if I were not part of the system. Today, since I'm part of the system, I do get an opportunity. So what that means to say is that, still the information dissemination, reaching out to the right, quarters is still something which needs to really come up in alarm. But having said that, I think we're seeing social media being extensively used for this. So thanks to all the, platforms, so it just gets wide across. So definitely the policymakers have become pro. I'll just give you an example. like I told you, March 2020, when the COVID hit, the DSTA was looking at solutions, COVID solutions, which can be deployed in 90 days time. We at SIGN and 8 other satellite centers worked with the government, and this is something which we were taken by surprise. They worked 24/7, all 7 days, 8 days, for 90 days to ensure that the money was deployed. So we kind of funded 51 startups across India. This was COVID-related solution, starting from a basic sanitizer kind of a solution where it was sold at some 500, 700 rupees per liter, but now it's different, to maybe the high-end kind of solution. So we've seen that. And we are definitely seeing financial support coming in the form of grant, in the form of seed from various policy makers. But I think we still have a long way to go in terms of the implementation part, which Vaishali explained. So like I see startups struggling to register in the GEM portal, because today you say government, the GEM portal is government as a customer, right? So you have to, the startups have to necessarily go and register in the GEM portal. Only then the government departments have access to your solutions and can place an order and become a customer. So those teething issues are there, but I believe that this is something which will get ironed out over a period of time. So we've seen things get better over a period of time. Yeah, people who've gone through it have really gone through against odds, like what Aarti and Vaishali have explained. But I guess it will get better.
Right, but a lot of positive, I would say, things have been happening from both Government of India, and since we are, having this at Hyderabad, I think Government of Telangana has also taken lots of efforts. I have attended a talk by the IT Minister of Telangana at NASSCOM, Leadership Forum, and I was really impressed. So now I think what we can do is the volatility is actually the most important part. So now the uncertainty and complexity, we will club it together and have a quicker discussion on the uncertainty and the complexity part of how entrepreneurs handle the uncertainty and complexity post-pandemic. Aarti.
Okay, so just to give you an example of uncertainty, like during the the COVID times, during the pandemic, I mean, my talent was getting sick, and once they get sick, it's like 14-15 days of obviously leave, and sometimes a few more weeks, so a month gone. So what we had to do in our delivery model, in our pods, we had to add elasticity. Have to have some more talent ingested, just because even if we do not need them, but just in case if somebody gets sick or some family member is sick, then we have kind of a backup, or the delivery is not kind of affected. So this is how I took care of the uncertainty in our delivery model. Of course, the product teams, I mean, I have a big product team. We have a 50-member product team, but and then pretty much in the pandemic we kind of rolled out a version. But then having said so, there was not a deadline per se for the delivery. So, our product team did not have that much elasticity, but the delivery teams, everybody, every pod and every studio of ours had some elasticity because of the uncertainty of the pandemic. And the other thing is, now that we are, past post-pandemic also, I mean, the client and the teams, both of them are so used to having, extra helping hands and extra talent. I mean, there is resistance from both the sides, from my team as well as client, to kind of go back to the original kind of structure. But having said so, yeah, so I just introduced some elasticity in our pods. Okay.
So Amit, do I take that point?
Yes.
Okay, so I think Aarti gave a very good anecdote. So, what really, the early stage startups we work with typically the 0 to 3 years, while they're really building up their product and trying to see, what is the problem solution fit and what's the use case, etc. We also are very, very, particular about the kind of business model they have in mind when they kind of are developing a go-to-market, right? So the business model where we talk about, where if you look at a business model, there are various quadrants in it. So I like the way Aarti was explaining. There is an element of channel in terms of reaching out to the customer. There's an element of servicing the customer. There's an element of retaining customer. There's so many factors in it. So while the startups are in the journey of really getting the MVP ready, the minimum viable product ready, we also sensitize them heavily on having an agile business model. So it's like they have to literally, because COVID taught them that lesson. That's why the concept of pivot came in, right? So ability to really address and understand that, how agile is my business to address to these complex situation. So people is one such area, processes another such area, technology is another such area, and the biggest piece is the customer behavior, right? So that's something which really can, if it is there right from the word go, they are at least able to go the high tide. That's the.
Yeah.
Shaila.
Yeah. So again, I'll come back. Talent pool. I think that's we have huge challenges. Every organization I'm talking to, I've lost so many customers because I couldn't service them. Candidates did not join, or wanting to join could not give so many reasons. So I think post-pandemic, the biggest challenge for every organization is talent, hiring the right kind, whether they have extensive interviews, 4 rounds of interviews, Zoom call, face-to-face, all of that, and we don't know whether they're really going to join the organization. So the businesses are dependent on these candidates, and the candidates are not joining. Each one of them have 3 offers, 4 offers. Ultimately, the business don't run because they don't have the right candidate or employee for running those businesses. Pre-COVID, what happened was they all got scared. The entrepreneurs got scared. They tried to work with only, if they wanted 100 employees, they tried and managed to work with 50 employees, 60 employees, and said, okay, we'll work. Let's figure out after the pandemic. The pandemic actually hit them, post-pandemic hit them so badly that they're not able to manage. Every business is struggling today. At least the entrepreneurs I'm working with, struggling. I am struggling because I've lost customers. I've lost so many customers in the last 6 months that it is shocking for me. I've never faced this in the last 20 years of my work life. So I'm struggling here as an entrepreneur myself, and all my clients are struggling. So again, I'm saying this is something which we don't know what to do. So while we are saying that, on the other hand, I don't know, these employees pre-pandemic, all of them were very scared. I mean, scared. They were all working. I knew when I took the call, they were working. But now, because they have so many offers, I really have no clue if they're really sitting and working from home, or they're on calls and Netflix has become part of their lives. I really have no clue if the productivity is there with my employees. And that is, every HR is struggling with the same problem with organizations, whether they're really, if the productivity is going with in conjunction with the timings and in the logging hours. So it is getting more and more difficult. And this is something which is all of us are going to face it, and it's going to be very difficult. Yeah, that's about it.
Right. Vaishali, so I want you have always been the last. So this time, what I want you to wrap up the discussion, so we are short of time. So ambiguity and concluding the whole discussion. Is there any, if there is something which has been left out? So let's conclude.
Yeah, I think all of them have already pretty much like summed it up, and really this whole situation. And yeah, there are some hard decisions that we've also had to take. In fact, through that whole period, we were quite lucky. We were actually working with a partner in the US, and we were actually figuring out, because we saw that automotive has taken such a hit. So then defense is what we were focusing on, because that's going to continue, right? So we decided to take that plunge, and we're like, okay, fine, this is not working. Let's focus on defense. So our partner, which already had, contracts with the US Army, we're like, okay, let's sort of merge our products. There was even a conversation of selling our product to them, basically, handing it over. And instead of going to market together, they would sort of do it. But a lot of issues came up there also. They were not able to raise their Series B. The government contract was taking a long time to move, things like that. So I think we also reached a point where we actually suspended our operations, and then we focused on, the conversations of selling the product. And even today, we understand that we're ahead of the market. I understand the product is still, it's not at a place where it can be correctly leveraged or used, because it is still ahead of the time and ahead of the market. I mean, AR, VR, it's supposed to have been the year of extended reality since 2015. And this technology has been around since the 1950s. So we're sort of also, holding our horses, biding our time, doing other things, focusing on, and I personally am, for example, also now focusing on tech for impact. So taking those decisions, like Ganga rightly said, being agile, that's sort of been the keyword for me in this entire period. And as far as I think, just this entire situation is, and for everybody who's trying to start up or is currently running a startup, I mean, I would just say a few things. I would just say, if you haven't already started up, like, first off, ignoring all the noise, ignoring all of the media and everything that you see, because everything you've got to understand is only one part of the picture. Every time you read something about this company got this much funding, this company did this, that, you've got to understand that you don't know what the deal was. You don't know what's actually gone in there. And you have no idea, what these entrepreneurs have gotten given, none of that. Not to mention that, you may not be in the same place. You may not need that funding. You may be in a place in your journey where right now, in fact, funds would derail you, right? I mean, there's this beautiful analogy I love using. A startup journey basically is like taking a road trip. You're going on the road trip, you need fuel in your car, otherwise you can't make that journey. But the trip is not about how many petrol pumps you went to and how much you filled up. And they're not your destination. They're just part of the journey. Your journey, your trip is, your destination is somewhere else. So just being mindful of that, and not constantly reading everything that you hear, or that people have sort of put out, not taking all of that as a I am not doing enough or whatever. You've got to individualize in the sense from your sector, from your perspective, from your stage. The other thing I would say is, we can't give enough importance to how you've got to learn from other people's experiences, like Ganga and like Shaila was saying, having mentors, like this is something I learned much later. In fact, when I started, this concept wasn't even there. I mean, there's so many people sort of against you, including your family. You've got to have the right voices to support you, to help soundboard, to give you perspective, to learn from their mistakes. I mean, there's so much that you're not alone in. We tend to make that mistake as well, right? We tend to silo ourselves because we think we're failing or we're not doing enough. You've got to see you're not the only one with the same issues. There could be 100 other startups going through the same thing. And being part of an incubation center, for example, is hugely useful in just seeing that you're not alone, that there are other people going through similar things, and that there's so many things you can learn from. So definitely having mentors, having a backup channel of money, not just sort of going into it just because it seems cool and it looks easy and you just need a computer. No, you've got to have a sort of channel for money, channel to survive. We talked about the burn rate earlier. I think Ganga was mentioning it. Knowing that, if shit hits the fan, pardon the language, but you can survive, for the next X number of months. We never know. Like, the world is volatile now. It is ambiguous. It is uncertain. And we've got to be prepped. So definitely the mentor, the money. And the third thing I would say is we don't give enough credence to it, but some level of masochism. You've got to be prepared that you're going to torture yourself. I mean, that's a given. Like, every success story that you hear of or you read about, it's one in so many. I mean, statistically, 97% startups close down in the first 3 or 5 years of operation, right? The few who make it, we're reading their overnight success story, but it was not an overnight success story. There were 10 years of bullshit that went into it. So you've got to be prepared for that. It's not cool. It's not like, it's not easy. You're not going to become the next Mark Zuckerberg just like that. And it's fine, but you've got to know that there will be torture. And if you're prepared for that, then get into it. And if you're not prepared for that, then be prepared to sort of accept that this is not for you. From my experience, this is something that really makes or breaks. It's a difference between being able to sail through those tough times or not, because there's so much drama that will happen, is happening. There's this funny tweet I saw the other day. There was this founder who was saying, I tried everything to sleep well. I tried the sleep app, I tried blackout curtains, I tried this, I tried that, I tried meditation. And then he said, but what worked the best? he said, I'm not an entrepreneur anymore. So now I can sleep. And I'm laughing because it's so true, so yeah, so just be prepared about what you're getting into, and be armed, like trust in God but tie your camel kind of thing. So just know why you're doing what you're doing. If you've not already seen any of Simon Sinek's videos, I think you should just see one about his TED talk on the why of things, and then keep reminding yourself of that. I mean, there's this beautiful quote that C.S. Lewis said. He said, faith is the art of holding on to things that your reason once accepted in spite of your changing moods. And that's something that you will really need in your journey, because there'll be so many times where you're like, why am I doing this? And you've got to remember why you're doing it. If that why isn't strong enough, then you're not going to make it. So yeah, so I think from my perspective, I would just say, I'm not scaring you, but I'm just saying, go in with your eyes open. Like, there's enough around us now. I mean, probably when all of us started and when we got into this, there wasn't so much information. Today, like, there's more information than there are people to absorb that information. So just sort of go in with eyes wide open. Yeah, and all the best. Thank you.
So you reminded me of a quote I posted on Twitter long back, that creativity and sleep best happen when you are not trying. So the more you try, the more you fail. So Aarti, you have the control over the new gold, the data is the new oil. And how do we use data to solve the problem of challenge of ambiguity and the VUCA challenges, etc.?
How do we use data? Oh, I mean, data has to be used for every decision. I mean, whether we like it or not. And that's the kind of, the journey all the business are taking. I mean, that's the reason why digitization is so popular, because, all the executives want to take, kind of, a informed decision. I mean, I'll just tell you, if I'm a kind of a CEO of a pharma company right now. So what if there are 10 molecules where they are researching on, there is, just one out of that 10 molecule will make it to the market. And the CEO, how do you, invest? Which molecule do you invest in? That was till now just an art. I mean, it was just, what the gut feeling of the CEO or what the company as a whole is going through. But right now, with a lot of the data that they are bringing together, data related to clinical trials, and companies are kind of collaborating, because it's data, it's for the human good. So using that data, the directive given to us is, can we fail fast? Can you in terms of going to phase 3, in phase 1 itself, can you tell me as a CEO that this molecule is not going to make it to the market? So that's where the world is going to. So, the data is data and decisions. I mean, you cannot make decisions without having a well kind of trusted data. So, everywhere I think data should be used to make decisions.
Right. In fact, that is why we are talking of optimization again and again in digital, which we don't talk in traditional marketing, because, you are actually getting the real time data and you can change the campaign according to, that data.
Correct. So we are like, we have IP in data ops, and essentially, the data, how fresh is it? That's when I say fresh, how often is it, kind of getting updated? That's very, very critical for the CXO, and that's where the concept of data ops. So we are, essentially at my organization, even if the platform is in petabyte scale, we are refreshing the data every 4 hours or every 8 hours. That's the speed that the world has come to. And that's really refreshing, because now the CXO, all the CXOs can be rest assured that they are looking at the fresh and the latest data and can therefore take decisions.
Right. So Ganga, your expertise in academia industry interface. So I want your opinion. How do management institutes, MBA institutes prepare students for a VUCA world, post-pandemic VUCA world?
That's such a cliche question. It's discussed. Okay, so I am sure the students must really, I mean, I would like to just flip it a little. So I would like to position it as, how can they be better employed? I mean, how can they improve their employability? I mean, if I could just, because we've just been hearing about talent, not being there, etc., etc. So my dear friends who are sitting in the classroom there, while your college, your institute, etc., is putting a lot of efforts, calling people, like, sharing the experiences, I think it's for you to get up and move, right? So and I would strongly talk about and urge you to look at a startup ecosystem, because this is the best place. It's like, it's like field practice before you get into a cricket match, right? So you actually, and today the startup ecosystem needs good, talented people, not only just talented people, good, I would say people with the right attitude. We don't even look at skills and knowledge, which gets anyway improvised as you move along with education. So while I think we are talking about academia and industry, I would just tell the students to look around. There are enough startups waiting for, good people to help them at various levels. While you spend your 2 years of education in your classrooms, you have good amount of time to get associated with startups through technology, and kind of work with them, try to see and explore what works, what doesn't work. Get yourself exposed to the reality as early as possible. If your institute is having good tie-ups, leverage that. You have alumni support, leverage that. Otherwise, just go and Google and find out. There are tons of startups. Go to Startup India portal. There are close to about 70,000 plus startups today which are registered there. This is official count. You just need to look around, get yourself, into an internship mode, and you will definitely get employable. And people like Shaila and Aarti will be very happy to, change their statement of not getting the right talent. So that answers from both ends.
So, Shaila, your answer would be the last, and then students will ask us Q&A.
So yeah, students, the only thing I advise you all as somebody who comes from a search firm or from a recruitment firm or executive search, whatever name you call it, right now you need to invest more on working in organizations, and please don't worry about money. Money will follow you. Please only think about how you are going to contribute to these organizations, because they're actually investing in you. Even let's assume they're paying you 50,000, 1 lakh salaries. They're actually paying you for you to learn. They're teaching you their businesses. So please be invested in these businesses and don't worry about money. If you are going to get to that, money will come to you. So the next 5 years to 10 years, please only focus on learning the businesses or learning whichever organization, whether you are in technology, non-technology, whatever you're going to do, please focus on learning that, and money will follow you. That's all I'm going to say.
Right. So now we are open for questions, and we'll take only 2 questions because there is shortage of time. The panelists will be felicitated, and so we'll have vote of thanks after that. So just 2 quick questions.
Now the panel is open for questions from the audience, both online and offline. Offline audience, Ms. Sakshi Banka. Can somebody pass the mic?
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for the insightful session. My question is, during the discussion, it was mentioned about digital era. Can you throw some more light on it? Is it more stressful than the digital one?
So Vaishali, you would like to answer?
Sorry, Amit, could you just repeat the question? I didn't catch the full thing. It was very faint.
It was during the discussion. It was mentioned about the digital era. Can you throw some more light on it? Is it more stressful than the digital mode?
Digital era.
Digital.
Okay. And is it more stressful than the
digital one?
Digital one. Oh, what is the digital one? I'd like to ask you. If you talk, that was a joke. Honestly, I think this entire digital aspect, right? For me, and again, I'm taking it back to the metaverse idea that we're hearing everywhere, and some of it is just like, oh my God, it's suddenly everybody's talking about the metaverse. What is the metaverse? And it's not, and this could be controversial, but for me, it's not a point in time. It's not one day you wake up and you're in the metaverse or you're in phygital or digital or whatever that is, right? It's something that's already part of our lives. I mean, today, if you just think about your own life, 30 years ago, we didn't have these smartphones. I mean, if we'd seen somebody with something like this, like a computer of that size, for example, right? And even the evolution of the computer itself. I mean, today, our smartphones are more intelligent than the first sort of the space machine that put man on the moon. So it's sort of like we're already phygital. The whole world is already phygital, and we cannot disassociate anymore. I mean, people have like anxiety issues if they lose their phones, or if they're not able to access WhatsApp or access social media, or like get away from digital for even a few minutes. So it's sort of like a reality that we're already in. I think the important thing, though, in any way, like whether it's from a job perspective, from a starting up perspective, from your own mental health perspective, is to know how much of how much of this you sort of want to keep like up to date with. Like the jargons we were discussing earlier, for example, NFTs, big data, AI, ML, all of these things from the perspective of getting into a job or getting into a startup or starting something, you've got to really know what all of these things mean, what they entail. Just talking about, AI is everywhere. AI is a huge ocean. You've got to be able to get into specificities. You've got to be able to talk about ML, about deep learning, about like specific things. Otherwise, you're nowhere. And becoming specific about these different aspects of the digital world or the phygital world, I think that's the need of the hour. Understanding your jargons, knowing all of it, knowing how much of this you want to be a part of. How much can you, for example, work in a virtual environment or on a computer? How much of it do you want to be on the field, for instance? That should define a lot of your career choices in case you want it to be sustainable. Otherwise, you'll keep jumping from job to job, starting something, moving on. One of the things, at least as a techie, I feel and I've learned from is, and a lot of actually big tech organizations are still doing this, we create these amazing solutions based on AI and based on AR and based on, crypto and this and that. And we want to force feed it into people's lives and into into say even the social sector, but everybody's not Apple. And you, at the end of the day, you've got to understand, is there a need for it? Is there a market for it? And is that something really that people want? I mean, are you just sort of coming from your tech first approach? And that's again like being very clear about this fine line between
yeah.
Sorry, so I'm just wrapping up. So just sort of like understanding, where you fall into this phygital world, it's a reality now. So I think it's important from that perspective.
Right. So we have another question from Anubhav. He says, how can we enhance our mental readiness to handle catastrophic situations like COVID? And how one can be resilient while facing a series of traumatic situations, or simply how to serve these times? Anyone who would like to answer these questions? So how to become resilient and agile? Shaila?
Shaila, you're on mute.
Okay, sorry. I have a daughter who is 32, so I come with experience, and I can tell you that I think I am seeing her going through exactly all the questions you asked. I see her going through all of them. My only advice to her is just stay focused. I mean, that's very easy to say at this point of time. Resilience comes with being focused, being there. Find a mentor, as Vaishali said. Please find a mentor for yourself. They will support you with all your fears, because you're going through so many fears. There's so many, questions, so much of, you're excited about life because you're only reading newspapers every day, and you're looking at ISB guys and all the IITs and IIMs who are getting big salaries, and those kind of fears and anxiety and excitement all put together is going to hit you at every point of your life in the next couple of years. So find a mentor that will really help you, because they will handhold you while you're going through these difficulties in your careers right now. So ideally, I would say mentorship along with, working hard. Please do. There is no shortcut to working hard. So please work hard, work with your mentors, build up your knowledge bank, and then life will take you wherever you want to go. This is very simply I'm answering because that's good enough for you at this point of time. Yeah.
I think I would add a couple of lines that develop a habit of listening to your inner voice, because each situation is unique and you have to find your own answers very often in life. So as a child, I was wearing -6 spectacles at the age of 6. My class fellows obviously didn't want me in outdoor sports teams. And accidentally, unconsciously, I converted this obstacle into an opportunity because I read more books and more books and more books because there was not much else to do. So in some way, it also caused an imbalance, but there was no other option. So I think turning obstacles into opportunities is always an option, but I'm telling you, it is not going to be an easy option. You will have to maybe meditate, listen to that inner voice, listen to your inner answers. So it is going to take, effort in that sense.
Thank you, panel.
Yeah, thank
you. A famous Greek philosopher had once said, "One cannot step twice into the same river. Change is the only constant." This permanency of change has always loomed large over the business world, especially in the context of startups, where volatility and its after effects shake the confidence of young innovators. Volatility and uncertainty have intensified in the pandemic and post-pandemic times. Also, the pandemic has brought in wide-ranging consequences like work from anywhere, digitization, the emergence of jargons like phygital, workation, etc., which has actually broadened the perspective of what is work and what constitutes corporate workplaces. The learnings which we gleaned from the panel discussion, and especially from the rapid-fire questions, will surely be fruitful and help us in further comprehending and applying out-of-the-box approaches in an effective manner. Thank you all.
We would now like to felicitate the panel by affiliating them with our Go Green initiative, where a sapling would be planted under your names. We kindly request the panel to accept our virtual token of appreciation.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. I will also remember it as since my daughter was also studying there, so it's truly special for me. Thank you.
Yeah, same, likewise. I come from the city of Pune, so Simbo is home, really.
Thank you all. Now our PR team will guide you for a short interview. We request you to wait.
What do they want to do?
There's a PR bite, so you have to talk the college ka PR bite. So
Okay.
you just talk about the Corpaganza. Okay.
Okay. Vaishali is missing. Amit also missing.
Yeah, I think they took them to invited to join.
Okay.
You'll be taken to the breakout room, ma'am.
Okay.
The pop-up box on your screen.
Yeah.
Can you please accept it?
SIBM Hyderabad.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Where is this now?
Ma'am, there will be a request sent by the PR team requesting you to move to the breakout room. Could you please accept it?
Ms. Ganga, are you still there?
Yeah, I was just wondering.
Ma'am, there'll be a pop-up box on your screen asking you to join a breakout room.
I can't see anything.
Ma'am, is there an accept button or a pop-up
Yeah, it
box?
says you've been assigned to breakout room white 5.
Can you accept it?
Now we request Dr. Tanmoy De to accept a sapling from Ms. Asmita Dalvi, student lead of Corporate Interaction Cell, to plant on behalf of all the speakers. Thank you, sir. Now we would like to invite Ms. Asmita Dalvi, student lead of Corporate Interaction Cell, SIBM Hyderabad, to deliver the vote of thanks.
Guys, I know it's been a long day. I'll just take few minutes of yours. Please bear with me. So good evening, everyone. On behalf of SIBM Hyderabad, I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to our esteemed speakers, panelists, and moderators. I thank our sponsor and media partner, MBA Rendezvous. I'm extremely honored to be a part of this event. It's been a roller coaster of knowledge today. We are privileged to learn from these industry stalwarts regarding various industrial aspects and understand their point of view on how they see leadership as a concept which is not only taught in B schools, but also practiced in Indian streets. We have also learned how the leadership can be situational when it comes to its application. I'm sure after all this discussion and interaction about their experiences and listening to their real life examples, we have a load of knowledge to take back and practice in future. On this note, I would like to thank Dr. Sunil Chandy, Mr. Mohan Patnaik, Dr. Gautham Mukherjee, Dr. Shailaja, Mr. Hashwardan Gaddale, Mr. Devendra Reddy, Major General Vikram Dev Dogra, Dr. Amit Nagpal, Ms. Aarti Joshi, Ms. Ganga S., Ms. Shaila Shri, and Ms. Vaishali Neotia for accepting our invitation and gracing this event. I'm grateful to Director Sir, Dr. Ravi Kumar Jain, for providing us this platform to learn and giving us this opportunity to initiate this event. A special thanks to our Deputy Director Sir, Dr. Shyam Sundar Chitta, for supporting and helping us during this process of the event. I would also like to thank Dr. Tanmoy De and Dr. V.K. Satyaprasad for their constant support to make this event happen. A very sincere thanks to Mr. Nicholas Ross, Head of Corporate Relations and MDP, and our backbone without whom this event couldn't have been possible. Thank you very much, sir. I cannot thank everyone enough for their involvement and their willingness to take their responsibilities beyond their comfort zone for the successful completion of this event. Thank you to all the clubs and committees, coordinators, and special thanks to our President, Mr. Parth Tipre, Executive Vice President, Mr. Raghuveer Alapati, and our corporate vice president, Mr. Anirudh Shrikant. Also, without the support of the whole team, it couldn't have been possible to come this far. I'm fortunate enough to be backed by such a team. Thank you, Team CIC. I would also like to thank Jilani sir, Anish sir, Vinod sir, and all the non-teaching staff to help us conduct this event so smoothly. And last but not the least, thank you to both the batches and all the audiences for attending this event and showing their interest. It has been a success because of you all. Thank you guys. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Asmita. We thank all the attendees for being a part of this event by actively engaging in each discussion and making this event a huge success. We look forward to having many such events in the future. You all have been a great audience throughout the event. Thank you. We declare the event closed.